If I could have everyone find a seat, please. Council session is about to open for Tuesday, August 27th, 2024. So this meeting is now open. And Councilmember Davis, could you do the Pledge of Allegiance for us? Could everyone rise, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All.
Councilmember Zwick,
Here.
Councilmember Parra,
Here.
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Terosas,
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre, absent at the moment, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Here.
and Mayor Brock.
Here.
Okay, I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves pursuant to the Levine Act.
I will be recusing myself on 5I.
Any others? Okay. There's a request for agenda management.
Yes, and I'd like to move all proclamations up ahead of public comment. We have 4 today. I believe there was one that was unfortunately missed on the agenda, and that is, was pushed into the city manager's report. We'd like to have all 4 commendations proclamations go at the same time, if there are no objections.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Well, here's the fun part of the meeting. Every night, the first one is a proclamation for Sustainable September. You want to help? Do we have any representatives from? We do. I see hands raised. I see a flurry of people walking to the front of the chambers. Jesse, would you like to go down and stand with them while I read the proclamation, and then you can do the official presentation to them and let them speak? Okay, thank you so much. Okay. We always have tons of fun whereases in these. And today, the first proclamation is, whereas the City of Santa Monica adopted the Sustainable City Plan in September of 1994 and committed to enhancing our resources, preventing harm to the natural environment and human health, and benefiting the social and economic well-being of the community for the sake of current and future generations. And whereas Santa Monica is committed to fully implementing its plan to further effectuate inherent rights of the people and natural communities of the city of Santa Monica, and protecting, preserving, and restoring the natural environment and meeting existing needs without compromising the needs of future generations. And whereas environmental quality, economic vitality, and equity are mutually dependent, a healthy environment is integral to the city's long-term economic and societal interest. In achieving a healthy environment, we must ensure that inequitable burdens are not placed on any one geographic or socioeconomic sector of the population, and that the benefits of a sustainable community are accessible to all members of the community. And whereas local environmental, economic, and social issues cannot be separated from their broader context. This relationship between local issues and regional, national, and global issues will be recognized and acted upon in the city's programs and policies. The city will also act as a strong advocate for the development and implementation of model programs and innovative approaches that embody the goals of sustainability, and whereas all community members, including individual citizens, community-based groups, businesses, schools, and other institutions, must be aware of their impacts on the environment, economy, and social health of Santa Monica, and must take an active part in community efforts to address sustainability concerns and model sustainable practices. And, that's right, one more whereas, Sustainable September will serve as an opportunity for the city to educate and engage community members on sustainability and to inspire actions and behavioral shifts that protect and preserve the natural environment, grow our local economy, and create a safe and just community for all. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members, all of our members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2024 as Sustainable September in the City of Santa Monica. Encourage everyone to do their part for a sustainable future. Now, by the time I read this proclamation, it may now be October. And Councilmember Zwick has the commendation for you, and if you'd like to say a few words, which I know you do, go ahead.
I do. I just want to take
Jess?
this opportunity
Take
to
this down and
thank
put it down.
you all
Thank you.
for this moment. We are here today declaring this September Sustainability Month. Thank you. But really, we're here celebrating 30 years of sustainability in Santa Monica. And when you look around this city, you see an active community. You see parks and open space that is maintained without chemical pesticides or herbicides. You see an all-electric Big Blue bus system. You see an affordable housing provider who is modeling best practices for electrification across the country. You see neighborhood groups and business organizations that are committed to sustainable practices. You see individuals, you see organizations, you see residents, you see businesses, you see a community that has committed to act. And one of the things that action takes is leadership. Individual leadership, organizational leadership, and city leadership. And so we're here today not to tout our successes, but to tout your successes. Each person here has taken at least one, and many of you hundreds or thousands of small actions that aggregate into big impacts that allow us to model the basic foundation of sustainability. And that is that economic vitality, social equity, and environmental protection are mutually dependent upon each other. So here today, we are saying thank you. Thank you for 30 years of leadership. Thank you for 30 years of action. This is just the beginning of the work that we will do together to integrate sustainable practices here in our community. One of the very special things about Santa Monica is that we do not see ourselves as a green city. We see ourselves as a sustainable city. And with that, one of the most recent goal areas we added to our sustainable city plan was our arts and culture goal area. So we thought it would be fitting to honor this moment by inviting Anne Carmack, who is the city's poet laureate, to share some words with you. This is a particularly poignant moment for us in the sustainability community because in an earlier iteration of her life journey, Anne was an employee at the very first LEED certified hotel in Santa Monica, and she led the effort for their participation and recognition in the Sustainable Quality Awards and the Green Business Certification Program. So this is one of those moments where 30 years of leadership and action come together in a single moment and a single person. So it's my great pleasure to invite Anne to the podium.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anne Carmack, and I am the first poet laureate for the city of Santa Monica. And as Shannon just said, this is a really special moment for me too, because I didn't know anything about sustainability when I got thrown into this project at the Ambrose, and I learned so much from Shannon and from this office in particular. So this does feel very full circle for me to get to share a poem on this special day. So here we go. Right here today in our good city green, we keep growing. The people concerned are so careful, gather and give back what they can, saving and sharing and planting new seeds for new leaves and new futures for all of us. For 30 strong years, we have stood side by side on behalf of the beautiful world we believe in. If we are going to make all of this work, a clean world, in common, collaborative, a collective, continuing strong traditions of stewardship and care, we will look out for the land that we all stand on and the 90,000 heartbeats that inhabit it and have come to call it their home. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you so much. Photo?
I don't think we can get all 90,000 folks up here for a photo, but we would like to get one with our
There
community
you go.
partners who have come to join us. Is that all right?
Okay, and as you prepare to take the photo, I want to mention that the fire marshal has said that we have too many people in the chamber. We have an overflow on the second floor on the other side of the rotunda. And so if you have not been able to find a seat, we need you move into the overflow area, please. Second, so please, there are seats still available. And nobody's charging for them, so grab a seat. If not, you have to move outside. Secondly, to all the people watching at home, I unfortunately have heard that part of the ability to watch tonight's council meeting is evidently shut down temporarily. Spectrum is not working at this time, but you can watch the meeting on YouTube, where I understand you get a higher definition and you'll learn which council members did not put makeup on today. Okay, climate action people and everyone take a picture. Come on up. Let's stay back here.
Are we centered? Guess so.
Christine, are you hidden? Can you two move to the outside? There you go. Let Natalia get in here. There, now we're better. Thank you, everyone, for 30 years of leadership in our city toward a green and sustainable tomorrow. Thank you very much.
The next item is item 3B, proclamation for Lloyd C. Allen Day.
Oscar, would you go down to the dais and you'll be able to present this when they walk up. Thank you. And then I'll come down and join you. This is a very special commendation for a person who has a very long history in Santa Monica and has used his longevity to create parks in Santa Monica and advocate for those people who needed advocacy in our city. And yes, more whereases, but this one's special, so if I could have all of you pay attention to this one, please. Whereas Lloyd C. Allen made his journey from Shreveport, Louisiana to Santa Monica in 1939, seeking a new beginning and a brighter future for himself and his loved ones. And whereas Lloyd C. Allen became one of Santa Monica's pioneering black businessmen in the late 50s, establishing multiple businesses that significantly enriched our community. His ventures, including Allen Maintenance, Allen Janitorial Supplies and Equipment, and Allen Vacuum Repairs at 400 Pico Boulevard, served our city for an impressive 56 years. And whereas Lloyd C. Allen's deep Christian faith has been a cornerstone of his life, as a devoted longtime member of Calvary Baptist Church, he has become a pillar in both the church and the wider community. And Lloyd C. Allen's commitment to service is evident in the remarkable list of achievements. As the first Black commissioner of the Recreation and Parks Commission, he played a pivotal role in the creation of Virginia Avenue Park. His influence extended to the campaign that led to Nat Travis becoming Santa Monica's first Black mayor. Lloyd C. Allen also broke barriers as the first Black member of the Santa Monica Rotary Club, held numerous positions in various Santa Monica organizations, and organized Boy Scout Troop 24. And among his many accomplishments, Lloyd C. Allen played a pivotal role in bringing Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to Santa Monica, coordinating and succeeding and arranging for Dr. King to speak at the Civic Center. This monumental event left a valuable mark on our city's history, inspiring generations and solidifying Mr. Allen's legacy as a leader, and brought our community together in the name of justice and equality. And whereas Lloyd C. Allen, born on August 28, 1921, celebrates his 103rd birthday tomorrow, a milestone that allows us to reflect on his enduring legacy and the indelible mark he has left on our city's history. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, with great pleasure, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim in perpetuity August 28th as Lloyd C. Allen Day in Santa Monica, and encourage all citizens to join in honoring and celebrating the extraordinary accomplishments and contributions of Mr. Allen, whose dedication and service have profoundly shaped our community. And before we give a hand to Mr. Allen and his family as they come up to accept the award from Oscar De La Torre, right now Councilmember De La Torre, so Mr. Allen and your family, come on up. I'd love for all of us to sing a very hearty happy birthday to Lloyd Allen. Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Send them over. Happy birthday, dear Lloyd. Happy birthday to you. And a round of applause. Stand over here by him as well if you want.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable City Manager, and Honorable Mayor, it's a joy to be here. Thank you for inviting me to be here. At this time, I came to Santa Monica in the very latter days of the 1930s. And I want to praise the city of Santa Monica, not because they have me up here, but because what Santa Monica has done, not only for me, but for other Black people. Do you know that when I came, there was racial prejudice all over this country, not just Santa Monica. At that time, we were allowed to live at 22nd Street down to 20th Street and then 17th Street between Olympic and Pico. But look what it has done today. You can live anywhere you want to today. And I want to praise Santa Monica for that. And I want to praise Santa Monica for what they let me do. They said that I wouldn't be able to do and accomplish the things that I accomplished here, you know. And I have a poem that I want to dedicate to my life and to you. But they said it couldn't be done. But if some of you may remember Aubrey Austin, Santa Monica Bank. Some of you may remember Herb Spurgeon of Hinch's Department Store. Some of you may remember a lot of those that came along in the day that gave me a hand when it wasn't possible any other way. So I was able to become the first black commissioner of Recreation and Parks of Santa Monica. When they was talking about it, they said, it can't be done. I says, Aubrey, they said this can't be done. He says, pay that no attention. Go ahead. So I became the first black commissioner of Santa Monica, Recreation and Parks back in those days. And we had 9 parks. And I think the budget was $2.2 million a year for those parks, and nothing in the black community where they could go without trouble. And naturally, black fellows would go into the other parks and get into trouble with the police department, looking at those beautiful women, you know. You had to look, and I would take my eyes to the side. I wouldn't do my head, but I'd do my eyes to the side. But I said to the city manager at that time, I can't remember his name, and the one over Recreation and Parks, I said that we need a park where black people can go. And they said, is there no room? I said, well, we'll find some. So I sent 2 fellows over to Santa Monica College, where the park is there now, and to see if they could let me have some of that for the park. And they came back, so they said no. I said, well, we'll pray about it and go back in a couple of weeks. We prayed about it. In a couple of weeks, we sent them back again. They came back, they said no. I said, well, we'll pray about it. And we prayed about it, went back in a couple of weeks, and they said, we'll let you have a little bit of it here. So black people got a chance to go into a park without getting into trouble. But I give Santa Monica the praise for that. This wasn't being done hardly anywhere. But here, you did it. And I certainly appreciate it. And as I said, I want to dedicate this poem to the progress that you gave me. Oh, yeah. Also, I led the picket line in front of Sears for 3 months, once a week. And we sang, no, no, no Jim Crow. Democracy has got to grow. You can't have freedom and have Jim Crow. And we were able to I was able to get the first black person to work in Sears, and got the first black person to work in a bank here. And we worked with the city of Santa Monica, not in a belligerent way. My dad always taught me, don't be belligerent with your controllers. Go in and be humble. And that's the way I went in. I never got into any trouble anywhere. None of my kids got into trouble anywhere. This is what I taught them too. But Santa Monica gave me a chance to develop. And they said that I wouldn't be able to get the building at 4th and Pico. You can't get a building there. 4th and Pico, that's nearly downtown. But I got the building. I bought the property that was next to it and added to it. And I was in there for 59 years. So thank you. Thank you very much. So I would just want to say, Somebody said it couldn't be done. But he, with a chuckle, replied, said maybe it couldn't, but he would be one who wouldn't say so till he tried. So he buckled right in with a trace of a grin on his face. If he worried, he hid it. He started to sing as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done, and he did it. Somebody scoffed, "Oh, you'll never do that." At least no one ever has done it. But he took off his coat and took off his hat, and the first thing we knew, he'd begun it. With a lift of his chin and a bit of a grin, without any doubting or quibbling, he started to sing as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done, and he did it. There are millions to tell you it cannot be done. There are millions to prophesy failure. There are millions to point out to you, one by one, the dangers that wait to assail you. But buckle right in with a trace of a grin. Take off your coat and go to it. Just start to sing as you tackle the thing that cannot be done, and you'll do it. And then, just before I finish, I'd like to say, I'm glad to meet a person who's glad that he is black, who's conscious of his color and appreciates the fact. I'm glad to meet a person who's glad that he's white. Every person has some color. Any color is all right. I'm glad to meet all people when they strictly understand that character makes the person, color does not make the man. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have to get a great picture with Mr. Allen. And I will venture to say that there was a congressman who talked about good trouble. Well, we have the definition of good trouble in this city, and that is Lloyd Allen. We're so proud of everything you've done.
Luckily, none of them are too tall. Yeah. So we're okay.
And can you get everybody?
Well done.
The next item is item 3C, commendation for Kevin McNulty for Meals on Wheels West.
What's this for? Cleve, would you like to do the presentation? I'll do the reading, but you can do the, thank you so much. Okay, the third of four commendations. I'm letting Mr. Allen get seated. And I hope someone was taping that. Besides this, I know our YouTube channel.
Yeah, Kathy did.
But,
Kathy did.
because that's wonderful. You know, I have to add one note. I was a Recreation and Parks Commissioner for almost 14 years. I'm humbled and proud to have followed in Lloyd's footsteps, really. And I know our current chair of the commission is in the room as well. And I know he is also humbled by walking in those giant footsteps of Lloyd. Okay, whereas Kevin McNulty, Chief Financial Officer and Chief Administrative Officer of Meals on Wheels West, voted Santa Monica's most loved nonprofit organizations in 2022 and 2024, is retiring in August 24 after serving our community's vulnerable populations for 25 years. And whereas Kevin McNulty is being recognized for his long-term service to Meals on Wheels West and his unwavering work ethic, which contributed to the organization's ability to fulfill its fundamental mission to end food insecurity, reduce isolation, and build community. And whereas during his tenure, Meals on Wheels West has grown from delivering 65,000 meals annually to more than 220,000 meals annually. Meals on Wheels West is delivering more than a meal to more than 500 Santa Monica residents, including seniors, people living with disabilities or chronic illnesses, formerly unhoused people, and veterans of all ages. And whereas Kevin has been a resident of Santa Monica for only 55 years and is a graduate of Santa Monica High School, go Vikings, and Santa Monica College, in the old days, go Corsairs, and is devoted to bettering Santa Monica. And whereas Kevin is beloved by the Ocean Park and Pico neighborhood communities, and especially the staff, clients, and volunteers of Meals on Wheels West, now therefore I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby commend Kevin McNulty for his outstanding service and commitment to the well-being of our residents. Councilmember Gleam Davis has a wonderful commendation for you, and then you're welcome to say a few words.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you for the City of Santa Monica. Thank you for all that you've given me over these years. Alana, thank you so much for thinking of me, and Human Services Division of the City of Santa Monica. I have enjoyed working with the staff over the years, the 26 years. And it's an amazing staff that is willing to listen and to be part of the solution. And that's one of the things that I enjoyed about being part of Team Meals, being part of the solution. Some say, well, here in Santa Monica and the West Side, well, I challenge anybody and everybody to drive down any street that they do on a regular basis and wonder who lives behind those windows that have never been opened or the doors that have never been opened. And that's the people that we more or less serve on a daily basis. The hidden hunger and isolation of our affluent community. And I love being part of that solution. Once again, Meals on Wheels West did not close its doors during the COVID pandemic. And our phones were ringing, our staff was blowing up, business was booming because of the fear of isolation and malnutrition aside from toilet paper. And I have to say, what we did during those months and years, just an amazing feat of pivoting our business model to serve this community. And I want to thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of the community. The beach, Samo High, Mr. Day, I remember your janitorial service. I used to hang out there at 4th and Pico and your parking lot back in the day when I was going to Samo High. So congratulations. And thank you very much, City Council. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand.
Get you guys on the parade. No more parades. Thank you.
I think
Thank
you can
you.
come to the parade and be an honorary guest. And besides, you're not done. Don't you have to do Meals on Wheels now, delivery every week? Ah,
Yeah, right? What's going on here?
get in there, everyone.
Come on, Sarah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over the years. Thank you.
I hope all of you realize how important Meals on Wheels is to so many of our residents. I mean, they really do a great job, and I think Vice Mayor Negretti would like to thank the volunteers as well.
Oh, I was just going to say, also, you can pick up a route. You can volunteer and pick up a route. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, we have the last one, and then we'll have to go to the hard business of work. The chair,
My chair my chair went out from under me.
Oh.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm fine. My chair just
The
flew over.
trap door that went in.
That's right. Anything to get out of the meeting.
wait, I'll join you. Good evening. Okay, we have one final commendation. Christine, would you like to go down to the dais? With that, thank you. All righty. Whereas in 1968, Elias Abu Harb fulfilled a lifelong dream by immigrating from Lebanon to the United States in pursuit of opportunity and a better life. And whereas Elias honed his tailoring skills at Hickey Freeman Clothing in Rochester, New York for 7 years, mastering the fine art of tailoring and craftsmanship. And whereas in 1974, Elias ventured to Santa Monica and established Elias Tailoring, beginning as a one-man operation in a modest one-room shop at 11th and Wilshire, where he personally handled every aspect of the business during its early months. And whereas in 1996, and Elias, why don't you come up as well? I just realized you're still sitting in the audience. And all the people with him can start to come up too. In 1996, Elias returned to Lebanon to marry his childhood sweetheart, Nazira, who's walking by right now, and brought her to Santa Monica, becoming his partner in the business. And whereas over the years, Elias Tailoring has flourished, expanding from its humble 700 square foot beginnings to a thriving 2,600 square foot space serving over 100 customers daily, ranging from Santa Monica employees, students, and loyal multi-generational clients to high-profile celebrities requiring custom services at their homes. And whereas Elias Tailoring has been a member of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce for over 30 years, and Elias and Nazira continue to run the business hands-on from 6 a.m., 5 days a week. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of our entire City Council, do hereby commend Elias Tailoring in honor of its 50th anniversary and in recognition for their outstanding service, dedication, and contributions to the Santa Monica community. I've known this man probably for 30 years, 35 years. And not only has he done my tailoring, but I consider him a good friend. And between seeing Elias or seeing his wife at the front counter every day, I love the fact that, first of all, they survived 50 years in a tough city and a tough business. But we want to congratulate that. Thank you for your service. And Councilmember Parra has a commendation for you, and then if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you.
And I see you brought your staff with you, so anyone who needs tailoring, they'll do it right now while you wait.
I want to
Go
thank you,
ahead.
Mr. Brock. I'm so honored to have this one here. I been in Santa Monica over 50 years, and I love every one of the customer we have. They're the most beautiful city in the whole world. I won't leave it. Anyway, I do a lot of work for Hollywoods, let's put it that way. I used to work for Hickey Freeman. Hickey Freeman, they used to work for Hollywoods. After 7 years, I said, I'm not belong here, I'm belong where's Hollywood. So I came here and I opened that business and I'm still there. Thanks to you, thanks for everybody, I appreciate it. God bless you.
And if all of you could come up here into the well, bring your whole staff up.
We'll have a nice, we're gonna have a picture.
Come on down.
Come get some stuff tailored now that I know. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. Yeah, bless you. Been there
And
forever.
I have to let you know that I walked into their office to talk to them the other day. And as I walked in to talk to them, I looked around and realized when I was 5 and 6 years old, that premises was Ernie White Insurance. And my parents took me in to see how they were doing their insurance and teaching what was going on. And I walked into the back of the tailor shop and all of a sudden I remembered I was there with my parents when I was a little kid. Everyone, or do you need 2 rows? Here, all 3 of you, come up here, all 4 of you. Come here. No, you stay where you were. Come on over here. Kneel down if you need to, or whatever, get a little bit closer. All good seat? Okay.
Ready?
We'll now remove,
Okay, we're resuming the council meeting.
we'll now return to item 1, public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. We have approximately 9 speakers for this item. I'm going to call the first 5 names, and if you could please line up by the podium on the opposite side of me. Willie Baker, Anya Ivanova, Jerry Rubin, Zoe Montaner, and Dima Volovic. I will call those names again. Willie Baker, Anya Ivanova, Jerry Rubin, Zoe Montaner, and Dima Volovic. If you could please line up by the podium. Is there a Willie Baker here? Okay, if you could please go to the podium. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Willie Baker. I came last month I came and I said I've been in these streets for years And I said, "Will y'all give me a call?" Nobody gave me no call or nothing. Can I give y'all my information before I leave? But like we giving money to Ukraine. We giving money to the cash assistance program for immigrants, but we won't help nobody. We won't help nobody. The homeless or people on the street. We helping everybody. The people that we helping the immigrants, and we helping this group. We helping the Ukrainians, whatever's. But we won't help nobody in America. We won't help the Foundation of Black Americans. We won't even help the white Europeans. I mean, they ain't looking out for nobody, but they looking out for everybody else. So all I'm saying is just, I'm gonna give you my contact information one more time, and will y'all give me a call? This really, y'all gonna really do it. Cause I came last time and nobody did nothing. So I'm gonna give it to you now, and y'all gonna give me a call. Okay, well, all right, here you go. All right. All right,
Thank you
that's
very
my
much,
time.
sir.
Thank you.
Anya Ivanova?
Hello, my name is Anya Ivanova, and I'm here for one simple question. I've been trying to get an answer from the city attorney for a while now, but the question that I'd like to have the city council to procure from city attorney is very simple. Do resident managers in the city of Santa Monica have the same rights as tenants? Thank you very much for your time.
Speaker is Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, longtime Santa Monica resident, Honorable Mayor Brock, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, council members, city staff, city manager, city attorney, police department, and fellow Santa Monicans. First of all, I'm looking forward to the 2028 Olympics in LA, and I hope Santa Monica can be officially part of it. I think it would be a once-in-a-lifetime wonderful thing. I hope we get the beach volleyball, and everyone will realize there'll be challenges, but we can do it. The second thing is I'm honored to be on the Urban Forest Task Force, and the public is invited to come. Everyone that cares about trees, it'll be at the main public library, our next meeting tomorrow at 6:30 in the upstairs community meeting room. Everybody's welcome. Third, now that all the candidates are set for our upcoming city council election, I want to say I love and respect and honor every one of you that is running, and I hope it'll be a civil debate. We won't make any personal attacks, and thank you for seeking public office. There's going to be a candidates forum at Lincoln Middle School on September 8th at 3 p.m., and I hope everyone comes out and hears what everybody has to say respectfully and get out and vote. And last but not least, I just want to say I'm glad that the Barnes & Noble store is opening on the promenade, and everyone's invited to the ribbon cutting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And it's going to be really great. They already have a lineup of great events, and it's going to really be great for the promenade, and we're glad to have them back. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jerry.
Zoe Montaner?
Let's wait for the mayor.
Ms. Montaner, I need to start your time.
Oh, okay. Good evening. Nikima, this is not personal, this is professional. On August 9, I visited the city clerk to submit my nomination papers for Santa Monica College Board of Trustees. Because there was an incumbent that was not running, I was allowed to file my papers until August 14. However, I filed my papers on August 13. The papers were originally revised by our city clerk, who gave me a pink Post-it note with the things that I had to bring on my next appointment, where Maria Dakenai saw my papers. She said, your nomination papers look good, there's perfect, let's move to the other ones. So I trusted both of them because they both look at the papers. Then on August 16, I received notice that I only collected 85 signatures and that I was short by 15 signatures. It was strange because I've been collecting signatures 10 years ago to run for city council and 4 years ago as well, so I know how to gather signatures. And then on Friday, city clerk closed early at 3:39. I received an email that they were no longer receiving communication, so I had to wait until Monday because the weekend is not open. I spoke with my campaign advisor and gave her notice of what happened, and she said, we're going to do an audit of the signatures. We found 3 errors in the signatures from an independent audit, and we paid for that. I consulted counsel and I was allowed to file challenge for this, and we filed it timely with the city. But I want to bring to your attention that the city has spent $24 million when it comes to district elections. I have 2 more minutes, correct?
No, you do not. That was your 2 minutes. You cannot donate time for general public input.
They told us outside.
It's in the council rules. There's no donation for general public input.
Staff, once again, the negligence, it's showing here. Her staff told us that we could donate. Your staff, under your direction.
My
This is the
staff.
second negligence that you're showing to the city.
I will step in. You can finish with 2 more minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Rock.
Please, no pause, please.
He did the
Thank you.
right thing. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I filed, there's an ex-party tomorrow. I gave her the papers today. I don't think the city should run the risk of suppressing the only Latina running, challenging a seat from a white woman to be placed another white woman when the city has a lawsuit that is coming again and is going to be litigated again. It's not rich. It's just sad that this has to happen. Unfortunately, that race were 3 candidates for 3 seats. So when I pulled my papers on July 23rd, then it became a bona fide election because we have to give choices to the people of Santa Monica to choose who they want to have there. So I read the whole California election code. I consulted with counsel. There was negligence and misrepresentations by the city clerk. It's an unnecessary exposure to litigation that you should consider, because during this time, I went to collect signatures at the farmer's market, and people were following from staff that I couldn't collect signatures there. Then a city employee told me we cannot get rid of her. I mean, so when this came at the city clerk, I was already seasoned because the people that work at the city staff, and Mr. White, I'm sorry to say this, just think that it is okay to challenge someone because they don't like her. The law is very clear. I submitted my papers on time. I collected 168 signatures. The LA County City reporter knows about it.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Dima Vobovic. That was actually mine. Okay. So the next speakers on the list are, I'm going to call 3 names that are left: Wade Kelly, Jonathan Foster, and Harvey Etter. You may begin, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Wade Kelly. I'm running for Santa Monica City Council, and I want to stand up for human rights. That's right here in Santa Monica. I want to thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gleam Davis, for meeting with me and for your service. Thank you, Jesse, Nikki, David, and all of you. I know this is supposed to be a nonpartisan group. We're all Democrats. So I have to ask, are you the Democrats that stand with Trump and his ultra-conservative Supreme Court in the Grants Pass versus Johnson ruling that says we can't figure out whether or not homeless people should have the right to sleep? So we're going to send it back to the cities to determine whether or not they want to criminalize homelessness. Or do you want to stand with Justice Sotomayor, who said to keep people from sleeping is cruel and unusual punishment and goes against the 8th Amendment of our Constitution? So what kind of Democrats are you? I'm sorry, Mayor Brock, you need to be voted out of office. You don't stand for human rights. I heard you on your California Insider interview. You were talking about how mentally ill people need to be treated like 3-year-olds, and we need to stop them before they show that they're a threat to themselves or to others, and using the care court forcibly have them institutionalized. And you're also talking about getting rid of the exemption in the anti-camping law to criminalize sleeping in public, even as Santa Monica continues to drag its feet about building any affordable housing. My name is Wade Kelly. Peace, love.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to use just a half minute of personal privilege. I want to respond to that. First of all, I did not say institutionalize anyone. Number two, yes, I am a lifelong Democrat, and I am not aligned with Mr. Trump or anyone on that side. Not that that's relevant to our city council, but I am beholden to our residents. I am beholden to our business interest, and I am beholden to the people who need compassion on our streets. The question is that compassionate to let people lay in our streets and die? And I tend to say that's neglect, not compassion. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jonathan Foster.
Hi, as always, going to turn it up. And so this is on to Phil and Lana. So
voted on issues as they were presented.
That's what you were elected to do, right?
That's what I was elected to do. And I think I got elected against all odds, not being a part of the machine.
yeah, but you got appointed by the machine. Then you got elected, right? All right. Phil Brock.
This problem is just going to keep growing because if we keep expanding the program, then people are just going to keep coming to utilize the program. If they're sending these people to us that they can't serve, at what point do we say, we're either going to send you a bill for this individual who we've provided services for? You know, federal government needs to start looking and saying, these other states need to start providing the same programming that we're doing because we can't sustain everybody's problem around the nation.
So how's that work with the illegal aliens just coming over the border? Send it back to their state, right? Right? So now on Phil, here we go.
A lot of heat for it, but LA police made sure they would never ask anyone for immigration papers because they wanted people who were victims of crime to come forward.
Yeah, okay, but that takes not turning them over to ICE, right? So this concept takes not turning an illegal alien or undocumented person over to ICE, and this is what allowed Jose Espinoza to kill and shoot in the face Jamil Shaw Jr. in 2008, and his mom was fighting in Iraq, and George Whack-Job Bush wouldn't let her come home to grieve. You wouldn't want this happen to your little kids. Like you got rid of the cigarette smoke out of your kids' room, but we can't deport the illegal aliens. And the thing is about Jose Espinoza, the guy who shot Jamil Shaw, he has to spend the rest of his life in jail forever. But if he was deported, he'd be walking around free man, and Jamil Shaw Jr. would still be alive. And anybody that's going against this, I don't like you.
Next speaker is
Thank you, sir.
Harvey Etter.
Hello, good evening. I'm Harvey Etter. I'm speaking for myself, for Public Solar Power Coalition, etc. I have in here, I'm looking into the Housing Commission. I got these rules, order, and procedures for Santa Monica Housing Commission. The very last item on here says that 2 of the commissioners have to be participants in the program, like Section 8 people. And one has to be over 62 and the other one has to have been homeless. I don't think either of those 2 people, maybe one's 62, but I don't think either of them was homeless. I've been both. I want to put myself up. Also, these housing places around here, you see 10% on the signs for low income. State laws in the next 5 years to build 2.5 million units of housing of those LMI. Okay, according to the head of this commission, after the meeting, they said they took away and actually eliminated the lowest, the people on the street and stuff like. There's that. There's one above them, and then the low middle. Okay, that's 1 million units, and they're going to do 8 to 9. 10,000 right in the city here, okay? You got to change that at least to the 40%. They had no right if they changed it, and I'm questioning the legality. I'm a paralegal, we'll look into it. Okay, so that's one thing. So there's also, to own places, the Democrats, and there's ads now, 3 million units they're going to build, negative 25K down for first-time home buyers, okay? There's other stuff happening out there to sweeten the pot. And this is copyright. Okay, we got to do other models of ownership and control. This thing about buying down future rent and giving them a few grand, that money can be used for down money. Okay, tax in arrears property. We got right of first refusal on all this. So homeless, number one. That's the inequity in the system threatens our democracy, and this thing by the right wing, the reactionary threats of a second revolution by head of Fair Heritage. And it doesn't have to be violent unless the left wants it to be. That's a terrorist threat. That is a traitor. So it should be arrested. I got misinformation from the police here. Said that you can't do it. 837 of the code.
Thank you very much, sir.
That concludes public input on general public input. We will now move on to public input on agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have approximately 30 speakers. I'm going to call the first 5 names. If you could please line up by the podium. Nina Fresco, Esther Chung, Laura Lee Ash, Kyle Bian, and Lisa J.
Good evening, council members. I'm Nina Fresco in disguise. She had to leave and asked me if I would please read the statement, so I hope you will indulge me. Thank you. Please remove item 5P from the consent calendar and revise the ROI to allow a better, safer solution to Santa Monica's fence, wall, and hedge issues. A compliance problem should not be solved with an ordinance solution that makes our city less safe. Cities all over the world have adopted the principles of crime prevention through environmental design, CPTED, developed by an international nonprofit to inform public policy on crime prevention. Santa Monica police officers are trained in CPTED and recommend its principles to homeowners wishing to make their properties safer against crime. They recommend against tall barriers that hide frontages from public view. People with bad intentions do not want witnesses to their nefarious activities. A well-lit yard open to public view and leading to windows and doors with good locks is the best deterrent. It's a simple principle summed up by the 3 L's: locks, lights, and landscape. Pedestrian-safe sidewalks must be visible from many different vantage points. Pedestrians are not safe walking between rows of tall hedges on either side of a street. The proposed ROI is contrary to the foundational purposes of city zoning, public health, safety, and general welfare. Let's regulate safe urban design instead of this. Please adjust the ROI to be more broad and let our planners figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Esther Chung.
I have living on Euclid and Arizona Street for the last 4 years. I realized after living there for 4 years, it's been a very sweet spot because it's close to everything. So I tried to convince my husband, let's just renovate this place and live in retirement. And although my husband's dream is to live a house on the beachfront. But then when we heard about the housing project for low-income people and homeless people, the first thing that came to our minds was, oh my gosh, we need to sell this house before this thing happened, unfortunately. Does that mean that I was paranoid to homeless people? No, I go to Santa Monica, the Salvation Army, once every month with my church friends to cook and serve the homeless people. When I go there, what I hear from them is not that I do believe that they do need a place to sleep, but what they are telling me is that homelessness is the state of mind. I've met so many people who've been homeless for 30 years and 7 years, and they are telling me that it's a mental illness that is putting them as homeless, not just because they need a housing. And so I just want you, the council member, to think about this. So instead of just like trying to build a home, what's the real issue for homeless people? And just a side note, I have paid more than $500 for the ticket, because there have been times that I couldn't find a parking lot whenever there's an alternate day for cleaning. When this kind of housing comes in, I'm just wondering, oh my gosh, I have to be really alert about where to park. And so I just want the council members to think about also the, on top of it, I'm not naive because I've been going to the Salvation Army. I'm not naive about the danger, the safety, and the cleanness of that area. If we are building the housing for former homeless people, actually, I am afraid that we are going to expand that situation all the way up to the 13th and 16th Street, right on Wilshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Laura Lee Ash. And if I could just remind everyone, the whole items on this list, so if you could please state for the record which item you're speaking on for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor Brock, Vice Mayor Negretti, and council members. I'm here with quite a few of my neighbors to speak on closed item 4F and 4H. I'll just combine them to continue to share our deep concerns about the proposed affordable housing developments. While we understand the critical need for affordable housing and the challenges posed by the California state mandate, we strongly believe that these projects, as currently planned to include permanent supportive housing, will have severe negative impacts on safety, livability, and the character of our neighborhood. The city claims to be working to improve the economic recovery of the city at large and the Wilshire corridor, but are ignoring that the placement of permanent supportive housing will undermine the efforts of business owners and entrepreneurs who are investing millions of dollars to create new restaurants and retail businesses on Wilshire. These decisions are making the neighborhood more unsafe, less attractive to shoppers and diners, and will make it impossible to park and therefore patronize these businesses. On the agenda tonight is a discussion about the purchase of the Unleashed building at 1402 Wilshire, which the neighborhood knows is for sale for $5.5 million because the owner is in our neighborhood. In fact, the property owner spoke at the June 25th council meeting against these developments because the proposed loss of all public parking will harm her ability to do business. The solution for the neighborhood and businesses is not to supersize the development by purchasing the Unleashed building at 1402 Wilshire. If the permanent supportive housing were to face Wilshire, it will not improve the project or protect the neighborhood. In fact, if the developer makes the building taller, it'll only magnify the problems. The behind-the-scenes maneuvering to buy this property may help the developer pencil out their agreement and make more money off the backs of the city, but it does not change neighborhood and business concerns in the slightest. What it does tell us is that the proposed developer are not doing what's best for the residents and the business.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Kyle Bian.
Good evening, everybody. I'm also speaking on 4F and 4H, the proposed affordable housing developments. I've been a Santa Monica resident since 2010. I'm a small business owner, father of two, and now a very concerned resident of the Mid-Wilshire block of Euclid Street. The current HCHC plan of permanent supportive housing in our neighborhood, which was thrust upon us without any clear opportunity for input, not only has the consequence of increased danger, but abandons the Santa Monica elderly, a fragile, at-risk group clearly in need of housing. I strongly urge the City Council to eliminate the PSH element of this new development and replace it with the proposed affordable housing, senior affordable housing. As a resident who plans to remain in the neighborhood and raise a family, I do not only want to protect our safety, but support the long-standing members of this community. And I'll use the remaining of my time to finish Laura Lee's message. In the meantime, we thank Vice Mayor Negretti, Council Members Parra, and De La Torre for taking the time to listen and hear our concerns and for taking action to make the affordable housing project a better fit for the existing and new neighbors with them in 16J. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Lisa J., and before you get started, Ms. J., I'm going to call 5 more names. Greg Morena, Mary Stewart, Elisa Pastor, George Gutman, and Denise Barton. You may proceed.
Thank you. So I'd like to speak about the proposed item on the closed session for the purchase of 1402 Wilshire, the Unleashed building. I'm very sad to hear and see that that made it onto the agenda of discussion to purchase a building that is right next to the 14th and Wilshire development. Many of us in the neighborhood, you can see all of the members of the neighborhood in these blue shirts who are out here that we are concerned about these developments, have spoken out about the potential for the increase in traffic, the negative impact this might have on businesses, also residents. There are many, this is a very residential neighborhood. So we have come out, we've spoken, we thank the council members who have taken the time to listen to us and understand our concerns. So then when we see, there is, a purchase of a building, presumably for additional PSH, it just doesn't sound equitable. If we're now just changing city-owned parking lots was the initial plan to put this affordable housing, and now we're saying, well, the city is going to start purchasing privately owned buildings, then, why are we doing this right next to a city-owned lot? Let's do this in other neighborhoods and allow all the other Santa Monica neighborhoods to share in this, this both the burden, but also helping, the different neighborhoods. So to do this, it just something doesn't sound right. And I urge you not to move forward with the purchase of the 1402 Wilshire building. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greg Morena?
Good evening, everybody. Honorable council members, mayor, vice mayor. My name is Greg Morena. I'm here tonight in support of staff's recommendation for consent item 5I. First, I want to thank staff for all of their hard work in this matter and urge the council to move forward and approve item 5I. If you recall, at the May 28th hearing, no one spoke in opposition to this item. And I'd also like to remind council at that meeting, we had more than a few speakers to support me and my 47-year-old family business on the Santa Monica Pier. Thank you and good luck tonight.
Next speaker is Mary Stewart.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Mary Stewart. I'm here to talk about 4F and 4H. As an apartment owner on Euclid and Wilshire, this is where you're talking about having this proposed PSH building. As a housing provider, I can tell you that I'm getting a lot more complaints about the unhoused people walking the streets in the neighborhood and the many issues that result. As a mother whose sons live in my building, the thought of having people struggling with addiction living next to them frightens me and concerns my residents. A friend of mine works tirelessly in Venice, and last week he was there. There were 20 people in encampments, and he could only get 5 of them to take a voucher. So I'm just concerned that as you're trying to, put people in this PSH housing, they're not going to stay there. So that's why I'm asking you to consider putting in seniors, some type of affordable housing for seniors, so that our neighborhood and our streets can be safe. As a landlord, I can tell you, I have people living in the laundry rooms, in the cupboards, in going into vacant apartments before I get them fixed. And so we really need to make our neighborhoods safe. We must do something to assist the unhoused. This action will not do much of anything, but will substantially damage the neighborhood for no benefit to anyone. So please, I'm asking that you consider putting in the affordable housing for the seniors. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Elisa Pastor?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm here to speak on matter 4A. So my name is Elisa Pastor. I'm an attorney at Rand Pastor Nelson, and I am urging you to vigorously defend the city's SB 9 ordinance and the city's actions to affirmatively further fair housing. Both of these things are being challenged in one of the lawsuits on your agenda tonight. So in particular, it's challenging your ability to implement your own SB 9 ordinance that was adopted by this council. And it is asking to overturn my client's project, which is an SB 9 project on Stanford. So, in accordance with state law, the city adopted its own ordinance to allow ministerial subdivisions into 2 parcels. These ministerial subdivisions are not only required by state law, but upon they're part of the city's affordable housing strategy and affirmatively furthering fair housing strategy in the housing element. And the SB 9 ordinance is very important, and the city attorney actually has a great statement on the website about this, that it was sort of a compromise. So we didn't upzone our R1 neighborhoods, which was something people were very upset about, but we did adopt our own SB 9 strategy. So if the city were to not vigorously defend its ordinance and to stop processing SB 9 projects, it would risk a decertification of the housing element. And a decertification of the housing element would open the city back up to builder's remedy. And I think that there's probably a lot of people who don't want to see that. So the lawsuit, frankly, has no merit. The city is not bound by the decision in the Hermosa Beach case because you do have your own ordinance. And again, don't be fooled by the claims otherwise. Our housing element contains key policies to meet our RHNA goal and to affirmatively further fair housing. If the city fails to do this, it risks not only the builder's remedy, but SB 9 is a great tool for the missing.
Thank you very much.
George Gutman?
Hi, and thank you. This is not my specialty, speaking in front of people, but since the state does not require adequate parking for some of these housing projects like the 16th and Wilshire one where there is street parking currently, if you do build that place, I'm hoping you won't issue parking permits for them because it's really hard to park in this neighborhood. You have the hospital there. You got vendors, stores, and people going to Lincoln Middle School. Where are we going to park? So I'm hoping, you'll consider that. Also, if you're going to do low-income housing, hopefully you could put families in there so they could go to our great school system. And so I'm hoping you could encourage families to go so we could feed these people to some great schooling. We don't feel safe in our neighborhood. Putting up permanent supportive housing near 14th and Wilshire, so close to Lincoln Middle School and tempting pot shops around the corner is a major safety concern. We have enough safety concern. We go out and we don't feel as safe. We support affordable, low-income senior housing. When I moved here 35 years ago, there were so many old people living there in here, and we're not seeing so much of it. There's less of it, so I see a big need for that as well. That's about it, but if you're going to be purchasing properties like the ones mentioned earlier, we talked about sustainability. We need more green spaces as well. So, look, it's getting challenging for everybody. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Denise Barton, and Ms. Barton, before you get started, I want to call some more names. Daniel Gaiman, Dima, Carol Catanzaro, Tatiana Kilamina, and Debbie Madezian. You're putting me through the pace tonight. You may begin, Ms. Barton.
Thank you. Good evening. On item 4F and H, one concern would be, are you trying to put the businesses on the south side of Wilshire between Euclid and 16th Street out of business due to lack of parking for employees and customers? Not to mention residents. In addition to this, you've heard from the property owners in the area that this is not a desirable development in the neighborhood, which would make someone wonder who all of you sitting up there really represent. Because of this and other planned developments have been done against the will of the residents and the city at large, doesn't this kind of sound like parking structure 3? And I've seen the residents of that area protest the homeless and low-income developments plans for these sites because it would negatively affect the neighborhood and their property values. So again, who do you sitting up there represent? I mean, considering the mayor and vice mayor have said they feel indebted to the LA County Board of Supervisors for their pet projects and funding, at least now we know who you really represent. So my next question would be, would Caroline Terosas be put on the council to oversee for the LA County Board of Supervisors? I mean, doesn't she work for one of them, Holly Mitchell, I think? And if the city is so indebted to the LA County Board of Supervisors, would her being on the council, the city council, be a conflict of interest? Wasn't the last election still being done on Dominion voting machines, where people's votes could easily be changed with a pen? Just so you could understand my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. I'm going to take a personal moment of privilege again. I want to declare unequivocally that I am not indebted to anyone except the residents of the city of Santa Monica. I have absolutely no indebtedness to the County Board of Supervisors. I'm really tired of hearing that. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Daniel Gaiman.
Hi, good evening. My name is Daniel Gaiman. I'm an architect. I do housing. I've done it for a really long time. And I am here in your favor. I want to support the city as you resist the specious lawsuit that's been filed against the SB 9 implementation ordinance. I began working on a couple of projects in the city using the SB 9 ordinance, and it was one of the most wonderful tools I've ever encountered in my entire career of doing housing for people. It's able to do more houses in less space, and we're looking for more places for people to live. So I think it's a really wonderful opportunity, and it's something that can apply to a lot of people potentially. And I just want to speak now personally about the projects that we've designed. Because we have to comply with both R1 zoning code in addition to the SB 9 law, the amount of house we're able to do on the site is equal to my giant house next door. So it's not really any bigger. You see it from the street. It looks like more single-family houses, but it's housing more families and more households. This is a wonderful place for an extended type of family to live with the primary family in one of the residences and others elsewhere. We actually think our projects are beautiful and they'll be an enhancement to the city in addition to providing additional housing. And to Ms. Pastor, who spoke earlier, I think that it is a critical part of you fulfilling the RHNA numbers that the city has been given, and to bring your housing element to fruition, it relies on missing middle, these small inserted projects, not 200, not 300 at a time. You know, it's like 4 or 5 at a time. So I would want to encourage you to stand strong and resist that lawsuit, because you are in the right. Your implementation ordinance for SB 9 is, I've worked in a lot of municipalities, and is simply the best one I have worked with. And it would be tragic, in my opinion, if that were to somehow go away. So thank you for your service. Thank you for your awesome patience in listening to all this commentary, including mine. And I wish you a very, very good evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dima?
First of all, I wanted to, I'm going to speak on 4F and 4J. First of all, I wanted to thank again Oscar De La Torre, Lana, Phil, and Christine for engaging with the community and truly and deeply trying to understand what we're concerned about. I think there's been a very brief, intense, and humbling journey for all of us in the neighborhood. We learned, we educated, we debated, and I think thank you for being on this journey with us. I just would like, we discussed at length all of the reasons around the project, so I'm not going to bring anything new in. I think my neighbors spoke about it. All I just wanted to ask that you seriously consider our ask to place the affordable senior housing at the project location. We still firmly believe that this is a best solution that meets needs of everyone involved. And this community will continue to be with you on the journey as we grow up and we change the city. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Carol, I'm sorry, this list is jumping.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you. I am basically here to represent seniors, and I appreciate the fact that you're looking at and maybe considering the fact that there are quite a few seniors that I've met through different organizations, through my church, that feel that the city has looked the other way to them. A lot of them have lived here for many years. A lot of them have participated in different walks of life. And if somehow or the other there could be some kind of openness to their needs, I know that there'd be a lot of people who are waiting on a very long list to be admitted to some type of senior project. And I see an opportunity for open doors here, and I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tatiana Kilomina.
My name is Tatiana Khmelina. I'm here to speak on the items 4F and 4H, permanent supportive housing. I live in the corner of 14th and Arizona for almost 30 years. This affordable housing will inadvertently affect my neighborhood. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to voice my support of Vice Mayor Negrete and City Council members Parra and De La Torre proposal to replace all proposed permanent supportive homeless housing with senior affordable housing. I am all for supporting families and seniors. Unfortunately, the affordable housing supports none of this. Senior affordable housing will do this. This will be a step forward to support Santa Monica. We used to be proud of our city, which used to be one of the most desirable places in the world. Unfortunately, this is all in past tense. Very, very sadly. The city is not defined just by architecture and infrastructure. The city is defined by its residents. But now our city is well known for filthy and unsafe conditions, which are not caused by our residents. People of Santa Monica are amazing. There's a strong sense of community and support for each other. But if our neighborhood will be destroyed, and as you've heard, many already considering selling houses and moving somewhere else, the city will not benefit from this evolution. If my neighbors will move out, who will be helping others? We can't help others if our homes are destroyed. I've heard one of you new hires mentioned that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Debbie Madesian. And before you get started, Ms. Madesian, I'm going to call 5 more names. Lauren D., Melanie Gironda, Jay Johnson, Rachel Seen, and Giacomo Valentini. You may proceed.
Hello? Oh, sorry. My name is Debbie Madesian. I feel like I've been up here a lot in the past year or so. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having all of us. Thank you for listening to our concerns. I grew up in a 4-block radius of, I now live in what's called Mid-City, but I grew up on 14th in California. So I live on 11th in Arizona. I'm in this little square. I've raised my kids here. I have my business here. I own my home. I do a lot of community outreach myself. And I just realized, like, I was getting up here to speak about considering changing the supportive housing to senior housing. And in my mind, I was speaking about others, and I realized, oh my goodness, that's me. But I'm fortunate enough to own where I live. But I've had family members and very close friends who spent the majority of their life here in Santa Monica working and contributing, who have had to leave the city. And some of them have had to leave the state because they could not afford, as seniors, housing. So I would ask, for many reasons, that you consider, for this neighborhood, which is close to hospitals, close to businesses, close to everything that a senior could want, changing it from supportive housing and adding in senior housing to as much of capacity as you can, because I know there's a lot of people that I know personally and that we all know that can't live here anymore and have contributed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please do not clap for that. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Lauren D.
I'm Lauren D., but a few of us have young kids at home. Can I switch my spot with Neil Gardner? So, because he needs to.
You only have a 2-minute
Is this on the
speaking.
2-minute
I know.
clock? I'll be quick.
But
So why,
later.
it's fine.
Appreciate it. Okay, so I was going to have this prepared speech about sustainability, about how in our building, at one point, there was supportive housing for some substance abuse. It was a private firm that came in that our building owner had agreed to, but I don't really want to talk about that because it was a really long speech. And I really want to kind of dovetail on what the last speaker spoke about, was building a sense of community. So we have seniors who are at risk of losing their homes in our building because rent hikes. We have young families who can't afford to move into our building. We live a couple of blocks from McKinley. It's a great community. It would serve them so well to be a part of that community. You know, for seniors, we have a couple of seniors in our building who they make ends meet by babysitting. And it's really sweet. And it provides them a sense of dignity and just a sense of purpose. And it subsidizes their homes and their housing. And for young families who are moving in with rising costs, they can't really afford it as much as they used to. I moved in 12 years ago and it was somewhat affordable. Now it's really cost prohibitive. So I just implore you, you know, just think about sustainability. We have a beautiful infrastructure here in Santa Monica to support communities. Let's try to build that out more, you know, for the folks who want to join our community. We have seniors who can really use the support right now and young families who can use that support. So let's just be a bit more thoughtful. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Lauren D. Or did?
All right. Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for listening to our neighborhood's feedback and adding to the agenda a discussion on developing affordable senior housing in lieu of permanent supportive housing. I'm here to speak on item 4F. My name is Lauren. I'm a 20-year Santa Monica resident. I'm an RN. I'm a parent of 2 elementary school-aged children, and I live on the 1200 block of Euclid. I support developing the 14th and 16th and Wilshire sites as affordable housing for seniors. For those unfamiliar with our neighborhood, these are quiet, residential streets, home to families, located 2 to 3 blocks from Lincoln Middle School. The site is uniquely situated near businesses like markets and pharmacies, inpatient and outpatient healthcare, and transportation that would allow senior Santa Monicans the opportunity to age and thrive within their communities. In fact, I can't think of another such site in Santa Monica that would fit seniors' needs as well as these. I have a 98-year-old grandmother who transitioned to assisted living last year. In her prior home, she had access to similar services, and I saw how much it supported her independence, allowing her to stay within her community until she was 97 years old. I want the same for the seniors in my community. They don't deserve to spend their final years facing isolation, loss of independence, and potentially homelessness. As I understand, there are 700 Santa Monican seniors on the list for affordable housing. Developing this site is our chance to help vulnerable members of our community, including our seniors. However, we have to have a plan to address homelessness as well. I don't think this site is the right one because, as brought up in the June City Council meeting by a mental health professional and an EMT, the proposed permanent supportive housing clients require a well-considered plan that will provide housing for the homeless but ensure the safety of our neighborhoods and schools. So please vote in favor of making the 14th and 16th Street sites affordable housing for seniors. This will not only support our elderly and allow them to spend their last years in the city they love with a community who supports them, but also supports the younger families who seek intergenerational ties and community building opportunities. Again, thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Melanie Gironda.
Hi, Melanie Gironda. I live at 1037 Stanford Street. And while I'm fully supportive of finding solutions for affordable housing, I just don't understand how we could go from a single-family unit to 8 units on a single lot. So something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. Jay Johnson. We live on the 1100 block of Euclid, right across from the Vaughn's parking lot. The problem we have with these, of the 3 buildings, is the permanent supportive housing. The permanent supporting housing is primarily, as you well know, directed towards the homeless, the unhoused community, with the law enforcement agencies explaining to us that 75% of the unhoused community have substance abuse and mental issues. We're very frightened and concerned about what's going to happen in the neighborhood. By even thinking of this Unleashed property on 14th, which is now only, 400 yards from our house, it would enhance and make the projects even much more massive of a footprint and too much in one particular place. Number one, the permanent supportive housing should be taken out of the equation in those 3 areas. Money that could be spent on the Unleashed, this $5.5 million idea, could be go towards the parking needs of the existing projects of affordable housing. Where it support affordable housing, it's good to have affordable housing. Of course, we all support for that. But putting the problem with the homeless community so close to the elementary schools, to the businesses, taking away the parking availability simply is too much in one place and needs to be changed. We thank you for your attention. Oh, and take Rachel Senni off the list. She's too shy to talk tonight, but she supports what I just had to say about taking the permanent supportive housing off of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Giacomo Valenti.
Yeah, so I'm here also to talk in support of replacing the permanent supporting housing with affordable senior housing. I think it's a sound idea because Santa Monica has an aging population and many are finding it increasingly difficult to remain in our community due to high costs of living, and housing is a crucial element in the cost of living. The project offers an opportunity to address this need if we can do that change and allow seniors to remain part of the community they've contributed to for a long time, for many years. Also, this would also appease a lot of concerns that the neighborhood has about the permanent supportive housing, the kind of people who might be coming. The news that we have about syringes in the park certainly doesn't help. I mean, we get former substance abuse drug addicts in our neighborhood, and they find that they can get free syringes and stuff. Maybe that's not a good idea. And so, in general, this we support. We still support, of course, the idea of helping homeless people, preventing homelessness, and finding solutions. But I don't think the idea of permanent supporting housing in the Wilshire neighborhood is sensible and well-grounded. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to call some more names. Clara Seneca, Nikki Koloff, Lizeth. I believe Neil already spoke. Trevor and Michael D. The next speaker
Clara
is Nikki
Seneca.
Koloff.
I'll just finish Giacomo's essay. He didn't,
Sorry, ma'am, what's your name?
pardon me?
I'm sorry, what's your name? Can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, sorry, Clara Seneca.
Okay, you may proceed, I'm sorry.
Just the last two paragraphs. Let me be clear. We strongly support helping the homeless and reducing homelessness in our city. However, placing permanent supportive housing in this particular location is not the best way to achieve those goals. Instead, let's use this opportunity to create a safer neighborhood for our seniors while still working on effective solutions to homelessness. Senior housing is not only necessary, but it is also an appropriate fit for the Wilshire Boulevard neighborhood. It aligns with the character of the area and addresses a clear and growing need without introducing controversy or new risks. That's just the end of the essay that he and I wrote together. And I'd like to thank the council members who have expressed a willingness to consider replacing the idea of the supportive housing with senior housing. I think you see a lot of us with the T-shirts here and many that didn't come tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Nikki Koloff.
Good evening. I'm speaking to matter 5I, asking that you remove it from the consent calendar and vote no. First, I feel compelled to ask if this is really serious. Are you burying in the consent calendar proposing that the city waive multiple policies intended to get the most value for residents so a friend can have another peer restaurant? I urge you to oppose special treatment for Greg Morena. The city is broke and you tell us the city can't afford to open our libraries, but you can afford to give your friend Greg a special deal on a peer lease. This is unacceptable. In short, here are the concessions. He gets to own 2 restaurants when the city policy says 1 is the max. His lease doesn't have to get bid out now to ensure residents are getting the best deal. He doesn't have to do the tenant improvements required by the lease, but he does get the rent abatement provided to the prior tenant despite failing to comply with the lease. These things all have value. That means giving them up costs us, the residents of Santa Monica. It isn't about fostering small business. He already has a restaurant on the pier and can open another one anywhere he wants. The point is the rule is to bring different parties in and make them bid for the privilege of operating on our pier so we extract as much value as we can and no one party controls the pier. Furthermore, the timing raises some eyebrows. Greg hires Harding Larmore to threaten litigation against the city in 2023. Both the lease and litigation were in closed session in May of 2024. There was nothing to report out on the lease matter, and staff withdrew the litigation matter, presumably meaning they reached a settlement. Then in June, the very next month, he was appointed by acclamation to the Rec and Parks Commission, and now he gets special treatment on his lease. Lana Negretti's also on one of his boards, which needs to be reviewed for conflicts of interest and also whether it should have been disclosed on the Levine Act notice. Hard to imagine as the World Cup and Olympics approach that his litigation settlement is the best deal for the city of Santa Monica and nobody else wants a lease on the pier. While our city's struggling economically, residents deserve.
Thank you very much.
Lizeth?
Hello, good evening. My name is Liseth. I am a longtime resident of the 1200 block on 14th between Arizona and Wilshire. I am also a parent with progressive ideals and not a right-winger or an NIMBY as many have tried to peg us as. Of course, we need homeless housing, but this isn't it, not the way it's proposed now. I would like to thank Council Members Negrete, De La Torre, and Parra for hearing our concerns and being open to replacing supportive housing with senior affordable housing on the agenda. I fully support this, and I think it's a great idea and a much better fit for our community and for the families who will be the new residents of the low-income housing projects. I will reiterate what I've expressed here before. As a parent with a child who will walk by this site daily, I'm concerned that proposed permanent supportive housing would bring in a population needing significant mental health and addiction support without proper said significant support. The more I look into the current projects at HCHC, the more concerned and slightly terrified I am of the PSH aspect of the project. For those who are struggling with substance and mental health, and the gamble of integration at the cost of community safety is not a safe bet, and certainly not sustainable action, especially for our children. We all know that we won't have enough professionals equipped to handle mental illness and addiction in our community to ensure the safety of everyone, including our children. I urge you to please vote for the senior affordable housing. This replacement would benefit all of the seniors and be a wonderful addition to the community while still addressing a very important need. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Trevor?
Good evening, council members. My name is Trevor Nichols. I was born here in Santa Monica. I currently reside at 1300 block of Euclid Street. I've worked in EMS. I'm a paramedic now for 2 decades. I'd like to personally thank Ms. Parra, Mr. De La Torre, and Lana Negrete. Thank you so much for taking our suggestions and deciding to potentially put senior housing as opposed to housing for gravely disabled people. I think everybody's already said it. We're all wearing it here. Safety is our #1 concern, and I think it would just be such a great place for seniors. Immediate access to a grocery store, Vaughn's, immediate access to a pharmacy, and they have an emergency room should something go wrong just literally like down the street from us. So I wish the rest of you would get on board with the members that I've mentioned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Michael D. And before you get started, Mr. D, I'm going to call the last names on the list. Patricia Johnson, John C. Smith, Harvey, and that's it. You may proceed.
Michael DeVilliers, resident in 1100 block of Arizona Avenue, so in the vicinity of the proposed affordable housing project. Very much reiterating what my neighbors are stating here tonight. We appreciate your consideration of replacing the permanent supportive housing with senior affordable housing. We know that it's very much needed in the neighborhood. It's a terrific adjacency, as has been stated, to the particular amenities that seniors need, close to the hospital and doctors, markets, and other amenities. It's so much of a better fit for our neighborhood, and thank you for considering it. I also wanted to speak in support of a previous comment on that Daniel Gaiman over here made about SB 9. Don't be threatened in opposition to SB 9. It's sound policy. We ought to be able to add some units in our single-family neighborhoods as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Patricia Johnson.
Hi, thank you for your time. I'm here with my kids. I'm a born and raised Santa Monica resident, grew up on 20th and Pico, and I haven't seen this much development in my lifetime here. I'm almost half a century. I know I don't look it, but just kidding. Anyway, my kids are at McKinley, Lincoln, and Samo this year. We've been on the median income list for years. We haven't been able to get off. We're in a small rent-controlled apartment just down the street from where this major construction is going to occur, and I'm concerned for my kids. I'd also urge you to look into how that wait list is managed, because I can't seem to get a place for my family, and I've done everything I could. I always follow the law, try to be a good citizen, do everything I need to do, trying to raise great kids. They're honor students, they're the baseball players, all-stars in the Little League, where we try to be model families here, and sometimes it feels like we're being ignored and not not seen. I feel very much not seen. My entire family has moved out. I'm the last, along with my parents, that still live at 20th and Pico. And so I'm not sure where, the middle income folks are. I keep getting priced out of the low, but can't afford what's being built. And so once my kids are done with school, I'm afraid I'm going to have to move. I can't afford to buy anything. And so if senior housing is available, maybe at that point I'll be able to afford that. So I urge you to think about, one, the low-income housing for median income, also senior housing. It's true, I've lived here my whole life. I barely see any senior living anymore, and my parents also can't afford to move. So thank you for your time. I want my kids to see what civic engagement looks like, and for them to know.
Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you.
John C. Smith? John C. Smith? I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see.
Hi, Nikki. I thought I put in for 2 items, but if you just have me for one, I'll just talk on the one.
I do have you down twice, so you're speaking, you want 4 minutes for 2 items?
Please. Thank you. So folks, I tore my MCL in boogie boarding, and I just had the surgery, so that's why I'm limping around. But there's so many items on this agenda tonight that I came down. First, I want to talk about 5B Memorial. And I didn't come here to break anybody's chops or anything. I'm a Parks Commissioner. But I do want to tell you guys, it's been 20 years. We're celebrating an anniversary. It's been 20 years since the city of Santa Monica purchased the old Fisher Lumber site with the sole purpose of expanding Memorial Park. And there it is. Thank you, Nikki. There's how it looks now. That's how it might look someday. 20 years. The whole idea was the plan is to, put baseball fields at Memorial and put football and soccer fields at the airport park expansion, which, by the way, was approved back in 2017. Neither one of these projects have gone forward so far. And, I've been fighting. I just wanted to come here tonight and say, let's go. Council members have given the commission a lot of feedback on what they want to see there. I think you should approve this contract. But I hope you also direct staff to create like a timeline so we know the major points and when we should expect to see it. I also think you should direct our commission to, keep you apprised of what's going on and maybe provide you with quarterly updates as we go forth. We've waited a long time for those fields. A lot of kids have waited a lot of years for those fields. And I think it's about time we found more than just the $20 million from an SMC bond 8 years ago to fund them. In fact, later on tonight, I'm going to talk to you about other ways and other monies that might be available now to get both those projects off the ground. And I just want to thank you to finally, approve this project, and let's get going. Come on. So the other item I wanted to talk about tonight, I was actually going to save this for later, but this is the HCHC projects that everyone's been showing up for. These people have done the right thing. They've got organized. I'm also a member of the Wilshire, Montana Neighborhood Coalition. We invited them to come to a meeting, and we really kind of, aired it out. Neighborhood Council heard from, both sides of the issue. I got to tell you, people are always complaining about homelessness in this city. Homelessness in parks, they're everywhere. And people, they are. So when the city finally decides to come up with a plan to provide 100% affordable housing in our city to help alleviate the problem, everyone gets all upset. This may not be in a popular position tonight to hold. But, I am one of those people that thinks that we should go forward. If you want to put senior citizens there, that's fine. But, these are not the drug abusers that hang out at Reed Park all day. These are people that went through the system. They sought help. They didn't refuse help. They asked for it. They want it. And they waited on the list, and now all of a sudden they get the call and it says, hey, I think I found you a place, and we want to, delay that. And I just, I'm a compassionate guy, and later on, you're gonna hear some things from me that kind of take the opposite stance. But these are 100% projects, affordable projects, not the 80 to 85% mostly highest market rate that, Sacramento is letting our city, build everywhere. So people with no place to go, they need a place to go, or they're gonna be all over the place. And that's exactly what we have now. And I know you guys are worried about people in your neighborhoods and homeless people in your neighborhoods, but guess what? They're already there. So whatever you want to do, senior housing, homeless housing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Harvey Eder?
Evening, I'm Harvey Eder. I'm talking for myself and for folks. In reference to this, I want to take an overview. For helping out seniors, I'm a senior. Next month, I'll be 75. I'm from here. My family's been here 100 years, all right? I've been homeless, all right? This thing about addicts, about junkies, about needles and this stuff, okay? I'm incorporating by reference a song by Steppenwolf called The Pusher, the lyrics. God damn the pusher man, all right? We're all junkies. We're oil junkies, fossil fuel junkies, and we're taking down our planet and our nest with us, all right? So let's get real about what's happening here and this group in our society in the margins. And I'm incorporating by reference the political economics and frontline, the stuff about the financial system going back to 08 and 09 and what's happening now. Okay, the commercial, this town is going dead, everything's going dead, all right? We're heading for the great simplification, like a depression like the 30s, and what's going to happen, we don't know. This is the overview, and the banks are going down. The Development Corporation, RDA, the 90 units owned here that open up to home ownership. And what we're taking from downtown, the 130, how come it isn't local people down here? 2/3 has to come from here. We want to know how long you lived here, how you fit into the community and whatnot. Enough of this stuff, okay? We got to be real. We be talking stuff. Also, you had, okay, there's other stuff I got to talk to you all about, but we need an overall perspective of the gestalt of what the hell is happening here, that we reach our ecological limits. I'm incorporating Harvey Homeless Men Santa Monica, Soft White Underbelly, 22 June, that I did and address some of these things in that the only thing that's constant is change, which is Hegel and Marx. But enough for now. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
I have a new request from Zoe Montaner.
Good evening. First of all, thank you, Mayor Brock. We disagree in certain things, but it showed a great deal of humility what you did, and I respect you for that. I wished everybody had the same sense of humility that you showed today. I'm speaking in favor of the safe neighborhood plea because as the founder of Compassionate Santa Monica, a lot of people just ask me for advice, and I keep learning more and more about compassion. And one of the people that I take a lot of inspiration is from Brené Brown. And Brené Brown says that in order to have compassion, we have to have good boundaries. And in order to have good boundaries, we need to protect our residents. And to have safe neighborhoods is just one of the most fundamental things that we can do to enjoy the city that we live in and enjoy the company of our neighbors. I just don't go out anymore. I mean, I go out during the day, I go to the farmer's market, I go shopping for groceries, but I stay home watching movies because it is not safe. It is not safe for a lot of us, and I don't feel safe, so I better not expose myself to danger. So I don't want to be characterized as someone who just wants to punish homelessness. We just need to find the right answers, and I think the decision of the council is important in just giving the city in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That concludes public input on that item. However, we do have a speaker who said that they signed up under general public input, but their name did not register.
I'm fine with that.
John Medlin?
Before I begin, I just want to thank all of you guys who are sitting there on the dais who are elected. You not only put a lot of time and energy in your commitment to this city. While we may not always agree, I appreciate what you're doing. 54 years ago, I worked with people in your same position. They literally put their lives on the line to sit where you are. So thank you. Here's my prepared remarks. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and fellow citizens of Santa Monica. As I will be supporting certain candidates for City Council, this will be my last appearance until after the elections. For many months, I have come before you and asked, what is the number one priority of all governments? Public safety. What is public safety? It is giving neighborhoods the right to vote for their own city council members rather than spending $20 million over the last 8 years stopping them and not hiring 15 police officers with those monies. Is it investigating the complaints and rumors about the police IT specialists abusing young Hispanics in the Pico neighborhood for 20 years? Is it paying over $230 million to those victims rather than going to trial and exposing the details and perhaps stopping the bleeding from those lawsuits, which have no statute of limitations? Is it being humane and compassionate to the citizens, workers, and tourists who live, work, and visit Santa Monica without fear of being attacked using the city's parking decks, walking in the parks, or having thieves shoplift in stores with impunity, or swimming at the beach without walking on drug needles? Is it better to change the image of Santa Monica as a city tough on crime rather than a safe harbor for thieves and criminals and a haven for the homeless? A sign on the promenade does not encourage criminals. Actions by our city council, city government, and police and fire departments can and must make Santa Monica safe for all. In 1,400 days, the Olympics will be here. In 70 days, we can vote for candidates who put public safety first. Together, we can return Santa Monica to a city we're proud of, a city where we can live, work, and visit without fear. It is our right, our responsibility, and our duty to vote for and support those who make our public safety their number one priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you for letting me do that.
And that concludes public input for this portion of the evening. We'll now move to item 3D, the city manager's report.
I will take my time with this, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. No, I'm joking. Good evening. Well, I'm really excited why I have such a big smile. If you've been out and about downtown on the 3rd Street Promenade, you know what an incredible past couple of weeks or this week is for us. So we've got 3 openings on the promenade, Miniso, Odd One Out, and tomorrow the grandest of grand celebrations, Barnes & Noble, has reopened on the 3rd Street Promenade. And certainly what is especially exciting to myself as well, those fencing on those projects has come down. Fencing has gone up on new projects. So we are eagerly anticipating the opening of the Google store at Broadway and 3rd Street Promenade, and the building is actively under construction. And while I know it's terribly inconvenient to our residents and our businesses to have Santa Monica Boulevard blocked off between 2nd and 4th Street, it is more exciting to see HQ Gastropub expediting their construction project as they move ahead. So we're very much looking forward to all this economic development activity. And I do want to thank our economic development team for their tremendous work in pushing these projects forward. I do also want to quickly highlight the important work in our Department of Transportation as they continue to work relentlessly to make public transit in Santa Monica safer. Last week, Governor Newsom signed SB 1471, a bill introduced by our very own Senator Allen, that authorizes Santa Monica's Department of Transportation to refuse service to Big Blue bus riders who have been routinely cited for policy infractions and or arrested or convicted for a misdemeanor or felony committed on agency-owned property. This is a major win for our Department of Transportation, as only a handful of agencies in California have the authority to issue these prohibition orders. The legislation will offer another means of strengthening rider and community safety and comfort. Secondly, LA Metro will expand its tap-to-exit pilot program at the downtown Santa Monica station next week. The program requires Metro passengers to use their tap card to both enter and exit the train system, ensuring that they have paid their fare. The first 2 tap-to-exit pilots at Westlake MacArthur Park and North Hollywood have been well received and shown a notable decrease in crime and other incidents. Metro has already begun customer outreach to riders at the downtown Santa Monica station, and Tap to Exit is scheduled to begin on Tuesday, September 3rd. This would not have been possible without the dedication and advocacy of our Department of Transportation, our Police Department, and our Housing and Human Services Department as we continue to work actively with Metro to improve safety on the Expo line. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll now move on to closed session. Item 4A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Stanford neighbors against city overreach versus the city. Item 4B, legal, significant exposure to litigation regarding 205 Washington Avenue, Sovereign Hotel. Item 4C, pending litigation, City of Santa Monica and people of the state of California versus Pavilions Hotel. Saeed Farzam and Go Rashad Farzam. Item 4D, consider sending amicus letter, Apartment Association of Los Angeles County Incorporated versus the City of Los Angeles and others. Item 4E, conference with real estate negotiator, properties at 2019 through 2019 Fifth Street, owner of record, Ocean Park Villas. City negotiators, Heather Averick, Director of Housing and Human Services, and Natalie Verlinich, Housing Manager. Owner negotiators, Angel Herrera and Mark Wagner, under negotiation or price and terms of payment for sale or option. Item 4F, conference with real estate negotiator, properties at 1217 Euclid Street and 1211 through 1217 14th Street and 1146 16th Street. Owner of record, Lesser City of Santa Monica, developer, leasee, Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. City negotiators, Heather Averick, Director of Housing and Human Services, and Natalie Verlinich, Housing Manager. Developer negotiators, Sarah Letts, Executive Director, under negotiation, price and terms of payment for ground lease. Item 4.6, report out only for existing litigation, Santos Dolores Amaya de Vides versus the City of Santa Monica and others. And item 4H, conference with real estate negotiator, 1402 Wilshire Boulevard, owner of record, Glenn D. Jackson Trust. City negotiators, Heather Averick, Director of Housing and Human Services, and Natalie Verlinich, Housing Manager. Owner negotiators, Art Flores, Senior Vice President for CBRE, subject of negotiation, price and terms of payment for purchase of the property.
And the earliest we can come back.
Mayor, this is at least 90 minutes, so we're looking at 9:10.
What time did you say again?
9:10,
About 9 o'clock.
we can try.
Let's try 9 o'clock PM. Thank you so much. We are temporarily adjourned. I apologize on behalf of the council, our lawyers, our staff for taking so long in closed session, but we had some very important items that we had to discuss. So I'm sorry to keep a full house here at this time of night, but we're very sorry about that. We're going to first, we have a report out from our city attorney on closed session.
Yes, first several matters. The matter listed as the DeVitas matter on the agenda for report out only, that was a personal injury case. It settled for $280,000. It was approved at the June 11th, 24 meeting with a vote of 6-0 with Councilmember De La Torre absent. Also in the apartment association matter heard today, the council voted 7-0 to approve filing an amicus brief. Also in the Hollywood Community Housing Corporation matter. It's a real estate matter. The council voted 4-3 to approve the following. Give direction to continue exclusive negotiations with HC based upon a revised 100% affordable development with large family housing on 1217 Euclid Street and senior housing with 40 permanent supportive housing units for seniors on 1211 to 1217 14th Street and 1402 Wilshire Boulevard, provided that 1402 Wilshire Boulevard can be acquired by HC from a third party. Also, this revised project would be coupled with a city subsidy. Development on 1146 16th Street would be eliminated to mitigate parking impacts and would remain public parking. Development of 85 senior housing apartments, inclusive of 40 permanent supportive housing apartments for seniors, would be built on two parcels, 1211 and 1217 14th Street and 1402 Wilshire Boulevard, instead of one, to reduce building height adjacent to neighboring residential buildings on 14th Street. The vote was 4-3 with council members Para, De La Torre, and Mayor Brock voting no. That's all.
Thank you so much. We'd like to do some agenda management right now. And in order to do that, I'm turning to our city manager. We are running extremely late for the evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So for agenda management, we could make the following recommendations to Council. So study session item 7A does need to be heard tonight. It's time sensitive for the opportunity to apply for a grant if Council is favorable to that project. Item 10A is time sensitive as well. That's the emergency ordinance to extend building permit and construction timelines. If we don't hear it tonight, there are projects that could be in jeopardy of losing their entitlement. The only other item on here is item 10B, so it is not time sensitive per se, but staff has assured me the presentation will be 5 minutes, so I'll defer to council if you want to hear it tonight. Item 10C and 10D do not have time sensitive, are not time sensitive in nature, so they do not need to be heard tonight. And then item 11A as well can be postponed to a future meeting date. And I'll defer to council on 16 items under agenda management.
So the items you're proposing, I'm going to ask you to reverse that.
No problem.
The items that you're proposing that we eliminate for the evening and postpone to a future date are?
10C, 10D, 11A, and it's up to council on 10B.
Okay. Do I have a motion from any council members? Help me, somebody.
Sure. Here. I'm advising that there's no timeline or deadline associated with it, so.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we postpone 10C, 10D, and 11A.
Second.
Were those the three? Okay.
Yes.
And item 16, we can decide. All in favor of that motion? Or wait, you need to do a roll call, don't you? No. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, so on public, if you were here for public comment on those items, unfortunately, there will be no public comment on those three items this evening because we are postponing them to a future meeting. I apologize for having you here and waiting so long. Thank you. Let's move on. Clerk? Huh?
Excuse me, Mayor. Can we discuss which 16 items we're going to, because there's people waiting.
Do we need to discuss that right now?
There's people waiting.
Okay, so let's look at the 16 items also. Do you have a proposal, Councilmember Para?
Yeah, and my,
consent the ones that are?
Yeah, we could, yeah, actually, we could consent the 16 items too. So if there are some that we want to do in mass, we could just vote to approve those. So we may not have to decide, well, yeah, we do.
Mayor, the council rules already provide that 16 items are treated like a consent item except for the appointments.
Right. And the other ones that people want to pull, we could always postpone to a later date if they were not time sensitive this evening.
well, I think that in light of the closed session report out, I think that we were going to push 16J for another meeting.
Okay, so that's one item off. And the rest we can hit pretty quickly at that point. So if the clerk could go back?
So,
Oh,
Can
okay.
can I
Councilmember Parra, would you like to make a motion?
Huh?
Would you like to make a motion to postpone that item? 16J, you said?
Well, let me talk to my fellow
What's the plan?
Oscar.
Yes, yeah, I think,
16J to postpone.
Use your microphone, sir.
yes.
Thank you.
I mean, considering the vote out of closed session, I'm wondering if we can't, I mean, it would contradict the vote out of closed session.
But we can
Right.
still hear it, yes, we can push it for that's to have the meeting.
We can push it so that we can hear it at a later date.
That's what I,
That would
that's,
be when? That would be
meeting.
next meeting?
Councilmember Parra was suggesting that we don't hear that this meeting, so it'd be postponed.
I'm
Meeting
supportive if that's, yeah.
Okay,
that's
are you
what-
seconding her motion?
I'll second the motion.
Did you make a motion?
Not technically, no.
No, but I
No.
was just,
Oh,
I
okay.
wanted to
You're-
talk to my fellow.
Yeah, so.
You're making a motion?
I would say that we just leave it on and see if we can get to it, because
Well,
it
it
would,
contradicts the,
Right, the whole point
Yeah,
was to
that
have
doesn't make
community
any
engagement
sense.
before the next meeting on it, because we already had the closed session that we can't talk about.
okay, so we can continue it. We would have, we would be able to have more community input, which I think might be advantageous.
Okay, so you're moving to,
Moving to postpone the item to the next meeting.
thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved by Delatorre, seconded by Parra. Can we have a voice vote, please? All in favor? Aye. Okay, that item is postponed.
could I also make a motion that we, to put 16A, B, C, E, H, and I on the consent calendar?
Do we have to do that now? I don't think we do. Wait till
Okay,
we hit
okay,
16,
all right.
and then we can, that's a great idea, but let's
Okay.
hold that.
Okay, great.
Let's go back to the agenda now. If the clerk can, I believe we're on consent items.
Well, first, we're on your moment.
Oh, my God, yes, okay. A history minute for the, don't leave yet, this is really exciting. 3 minutes on Santa Monica history.
10B is being heard, 10D was postponed. Okay, but B is in boy is continuing, yes, or staying, yes.
Welcome to the Santa Monica 3-Minute History Series. Today we will talk about Route 66, the mother road to Santa Monica. Route 66, among the first federally designated highways, opened in 1926 between Chicago and Los Angeles. A symbol of hope during the Great Depression, John Steinbeck dubbed it the Mother Road. In the exuberant post-World War II era, it inspired the hit song, Get Your Kicks on Route 66. In 1928, Santa Monica leaders began a vigorous campaign to extend Route 66 through to the coast. When a Santa Monican began working for the Route 66 Association, the idea took hold. The Highway Division tentatively approved the extension to Santa Monica in 1931. The Automobile Club immediately installed highway signs from Los Angeles along Santa Monica Boulevard to Ocean Avenue. But highway officials, seeking to comply with regulations requiring federally designated highways to connect to other highways, rescinded the approval and asked them to remove the signs. In 1935, final approval for a Santa Monica terminus of Route 66 was granted. The official Santa Monica Boulevard route turned down Lincoln Boulevard to Olympic Boulevard, where it met a connector to the Coast Highway. Nonetheless, the city continued to promote their preferred route that continued down Santa Monica Boulevard, terminating at Palisades Park. Following the tragic death of beloved personality Will Rogers in a 1935 plane crash, Route 66 was unofficially designated the Will Rogers Highway by local jurisdictions that opted to commemorate Rogers' migration from Oklahoma to Santa Monica. In 1952, Warner Brothers Studio mounted a massive publicity campaign for their film, The Will Rogers Story. A caravan of stars drove along Route 66, dedicating special markers along the way. A plaque dedicated with great fanfare in Palisades Park at the foot of Santa Monica Boulevard concluded the campaign. In 1959, the Penguin Coffee Shop was built on Lincoln Boulevard at the federally approved terminus of Route 66. Its architecture epitomized the dynamic shapes and transparent walls of the popular Googie style. Route 66 was decommissioned as a federal highway in 1985 due to the new interstate highway system. Historic Route 66 associations sprang up, thriving on history and nostalgia. Historic California Route 66 opened a kiosk on the pier, and their sign became a magnet for photo ops. Today, the pier is considered the symbolic end of Route 66, from the Great Lakes to the Pacific Ocean.
And we thank you very much to the Conservancy, and there are sponsors now. That's great. But the Conservancy and the History
Welcome to
Museum.
the Santa Monica 3-Minute History Series. Today we will talk about
In case you didn't hear it the first time,
Monica. Route 66.
They want to make sure I get through the sponsors, so I got this.
You got the sponsors. But I want to thank the History Museum and the Conservancy for their year-long history lesson for the city of Santa Monica. I think it's been really valuable. We thank you for that. And now, let's move on.
Now I will ask if any council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting.
Myself, I have something to report. In the end of July, since we last met, I went to the National Convening of Local Progress, which is a organization of local elected officials from across the country on both city councils and school boards to talk about issues facing our local communities. We actually had a lot of really insightful sessions around affordable housing finance, community safety, rent stabilization, and governing in times of transition. I received a scholarship to attend and paid for the remainder out of my personal funds, and found it to be very valuable.
Okay, we'll now move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I have a note that council member Davis wants to pull 5P, and Mayor Brock will be recusing himself from 5I.
Right, should we, would someone like to make a motion to approve? The remainder of the items.
I'd like to also pull 5I.
And it's already pulled.
5I.
It's pulled anyway.
That's right, it's already been pulled.
Oh, I didn't know
I'm
that
going to walk
meant that
out.
was
No,
pulled.
that's
Okay,
fine.
yeah.
Okay, so for right now, does anyone want to make a motion
I'll
to
move that we
approve?
approve the consent
Second.
calendar with the exception of 5I and 5P.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes.
Okay.
So the
Wanna
first,
leave?
what's the first discussion? What,
5I, so you want to leave?
I will walk out. And do I have to come back?
Only if I don't have to come back.
Hey, Mayor, before you leave, can I move that we continue the meeting past 11 PM? No, but we have to make a motion to continue hearing items after 11, and we're about to hear a new item.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I will be off in the distance somewhere.
He has to
looking for-
recuse himself
Looking for,
from Rusty's.
Donation.
so I'll be back. Vice Mayor Negretti, you're in charge.
Woo-hoo.
And give you a minute to skedaddle.
Oh, it's not.
Hold on. Let me read it into the record, please. Item 5I, authorize proposed assignment, certain leases, lease amendments, and waiver of certain pure leasing guidelines for a leasehold located at 256 Santa Monica Pier.
Good evening, council members. Staff recommends that the city council authorize the city manager to assign the lease for the Rusty Surf Ranch Restaurant located at 256 Santa Monica Pier from Hospitality Industry Management Group to Dogtown SM Pier, Inc. as the assignee, to amend the lease consistent with the terms and conditions that have been negotiated by the parties, including extending the lease term by 2 years and changing the trade name from Rusty Surf Ranch to Dogtown, and the waiver of certain provisions of the Santa Monica Pier leasing guidelines to permit the proposed assignments. If there are any specific questions, I'm happy to respond.
No, did you have to pull it so that he can, oh, just.
Who pulled the item? He did, but Phil did too, because Phil had to recuse.
Is that why you pulled it? Or did you have questions? I don't have questions. Okay, so seeing no questions, I guess, are we taking a roll call vote?
Well, somebody needs to make a motion.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we move 5I as stated.
And I'll second.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick.
No.
Councilmember Parr.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Yes, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Brackett is abstain or recusing. So that passes 5 to 1. Okay, now does someone want to?
Yeah, someone needs to get Mayor Brock back.
Mayor Brock, if you can hear
Mayor
us
Brock,
out
come
there,
back.
please come back in.
Sherry's going.
Item 5P, adoption of resolution of intention to amend the municipal code to increase the maximum allowed height of fences, walls, and hedges in the front setbacks of R2, R3, and R4 zoning districts, and to address the rules of measuring the heights of fences, walls, and hedges located on top of retaining wall.
And I pulled this, so I just have a question I wanted clarity on. So as I understand it, this has to go back to Planning Commission, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
But the resolution, as I read it, and I just want to clarify the language of it, says the city council does hereby direct the Planning Commission to initiate an amendment to the text of the zoning ordinance as set forth in Exhibit A attached to the resolution. Does that mean the Planning Commission has to, I mean, in a sense, are we not giving the Planning Commission any options to discuss it? Or does the Planning Commission have the ability to discuss other ways of adopting the issue or deciding not to do anything at all?
They continue to have their full discretion. So this is like a perfunctory step that's required in the municipal code for zoning text amendments because the Planning Commission declined to act on the resolution of intention. It is now before the council, which can also initiate text amendments to the zoning code. It does not change the process by which it still has to go back to the Planning Commission to make their recommendation, and they would have their full discretion.
So their hands aren't tied. We're not giving them direction as to what they have to do. We're just sending it back to them for consideration
exactly,
effectively.
yes.
That's all I wanted to clarify because there was some confusion among Planning Commission members about what we were telling them to do here. Okay, thank you. With that, I'd like to move item 5P.
Wait, can I ask a question? Because I also had questions about this one. Jen, can you just tell us how you think this policy might impact renters as compared to homeowners?
I'm sorry?
How might this policy impact renters as compared to homeowners?
I just want to caution because this is an ROI. It's actually not for substantive discussion. You're really just voting to start the process. So
Got it.
I don't want to answer the question,
Got
but
it.
it's not
Okay.
the time to.
because I have some questions along those lines, but I guess we will get to that when we get to that.
We'll be mindful of that when we
Thank
bring
you.
it back to you.
All right, I move item 5P.
Second.
Okay, can we have a vote?
I think we can do a voice vote on this.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Carries 7-0.
Okay, we're now moving on to public input on remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have about 68 speakers, but I believe a lot of these people have left since the items were, some items were continued. So I'm going to call through the names. If you
Can you repeat the items that were continued so those people in the audience who may be able to leave now can leave?
Item 10C, item 10D as in dog, and item 11A.
So 10C, 10D, and 11A have been pulled, and no public comment will be heard on those three items this evening.
And also 16J was moved.
And 16J, thank you,
Correct, thank you.
Councilwoman, Councilmember. Thank you.
So we'll call the first five names. I have a feeling some of these people are gone now, but Laura Lee Ash, Mary Stewart, Kyle Bien. I also think some of these people signed up on the wrong item. Lisa J. Okay. George Gutman. Denise Barton. Jerry Rubin. I think he left. Tatiana Kiliminia. Debbie Madison. Lauren D. Harris Gable. Lizeth. Okay. Nikki Koloff. Neil. Trevor. Stephen Johnson. John Alley. Trevon Posey. Okay, I think I got five. All right, Ms. Barton, I have you signed up for multiple items. How many, or which items are you speaking on today?
I'm speaking on 10G and I'll need 2 minutes, please.
Okay, you may begin.
Thank you. May I first state that I find it appalling that you've removed item 10D, showing that you wanted no safety and security in the city. Next, item 10G, I support the elimination of drug paraphernalia except Narcan in the LA County Health Department's harm reduction program. Although I wonder why the LA County Health Department is not required to follow California health and safety codes, saying that drug dealing within 1,000 feet of schools enhances the offense, and where you have distribution of drug paraphernalia, you have drug dealing. I also can't understand how this program can be called harm reduction, considering how much harm the residents and city has suffered as a result of drug addicts being enabled by the distribution of drug paraphernalia in the city's public spaces, including parks. Or is the city financially benefiting from this program, including through the LA County Board of Supervisors for your pet projects and funding? And item 16F will just prolong the suffering of the city. Considering our mayor and vice mayor have gone out with harm reduction teams recently while they were handing out glass pipes, which contradicts what's happened here in the city council, it really makes you wonder. Thank you.
Can I take it?
Thank you.
Nikki Koloff. And Ms. Koloff, I have you signed up several times as well. Have you been speaking on multiple items?
Yeah, there's 2 items.
Okay, so you have 4 minutes.
Good evening. This is item 10A, which is the extension of permits. It sounds like the comment was pertaining to a few projects that are in existence now that you guys want to keep going. But this actually relates to 11A that was postponed, and you can't approve this tonight. It's really a farce that is going to impact all of the affordable housing discussions going forward. Staff is proposing increasing permit times from 18 months to 4 years and construction for up to 5 years, for a total of 9 years to get a project done. If you have one project you want to consider the case by case, but you cannot change it going forward for all affordable, coastal, and there was a third category. We're supposed to be giving all of these concessions because we're in an emergency, we're in a crisis. Why would you extend the projects to take 9 years to build them? That's obviously makes no sense. Staff presented no data that the extensions relate in any way to actual delays happening with permitting or construction. Did you start, how many minutes did you start with?
You had 4 minutes.
Okay. I thought you were going to do 2 and 2, sorry. So, we've already been forced to make all sorts of concessions as residents, so why on earth would we give more concessions in the realm of time? Coupled with the other items that you're going to hear now later, the owners or folks bidding on Fourth Arizona and Bergamot, if you're wanting to make them 100% affordable, they could tie those lots up for 9 years. That is not what the people want. It obviously doesn't solve a so-called crisis now, and it doesn't justify privatizing public land, and it isn't what the residents or your constituents want from this land. So I urge you to vote no on these extensions and deal with the items that projects that need dealing with, and they can come to you. All right, second, the bond. I urge you to oppose, and this is 16B, the SMMUSD bond. Oppose an endorsement of SMMUSD's school construction bond. It's amazing that you are agendizing this right as school is coming back, so families are overwhelmed and unable to attend. Also, before you even know what the ballot arguments say, what are you basing your decision on? This is another $500 million blank check to the school district. SMMUSD's facility staff has botched construction on many projects with the prior $1.13 billion in bond funds so far and failed to maintain the facilities we already have. While school bonds will be needed to fix our schools, residents are demanding an audit, a full audit of all prior spending and results before approving another bond. We are entitled to an audit to determine where the problems are and what needs to change before moving forward with another bond. You shouldn't make your decision about an endorsement without educating yourselves on the problems and reviewing the arguments against the bond. Supporting this bond means saddling your constituents with increased property taxes to pay for more bond waste for another 30 years. This is unacceptable. You must support accountability to your residents, and that means saying no until there's an audit. And I mean a real audit, not the ones they're going to tell you about. Furthermore, the FPPC said Lana Negretti has a conflict of interest on school district items because her business has contracts with the district. She shouldn't be pushing this or voting on it and must recuse. She also signed the ballot argument with her vice mayor title, and that needs to be investigated. Phil Brock also has a relationship with the school district by virtue of being president of the Alumni Association. Certain construction interests have attempted to leverage that relationship in the past, and the nature of the current relationship should also be investigated. In the meantime, both Phil and Lana must recuse. Thank you. Vote no on QS, $500 million blank check bond. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Stephen Johnson? And Mr. Johnson, you have 5 minutes as the chair of the Rec and Park Board.
Thank you, and we have a picture we were going to share. Esteemed council members, this is in reference to items 16F and 16G. My name is Stephen Johnson. I'm here on behalf of the Recreation and Parks Commission. The image we're sharing was shared with our commission. It is a gentleman in Reed Park smoking a meth pipe just a few feet away from the door to a community room. That community room, a few minutes later, is where a Narcotics Anonymous meeting is about to take place. I start with that because there's really no calculus in which folks who are active in their recovery should have to walk past this as they go into their meeting in our parks. So I wanted to share this because it was shared with us. I'll actually go into the letter that I sent to you all from our commission earlier. First of all, thank you for your continued robust discussion around the county health department's controversial harm reduction programs in Santa Monica, including the delivery of needles and smoking materials by subcontractors to 3 of our public parks. At the commission meeting last week, members voted unanimously to once again reaffirm our objective of ending needle distribution at Reed, Tongva, and Palisades Park. As you know, this is a repeat of our past unanimous votes and previous letters to council. But additionally, we agreed that this and other paraphernalia handouts, such as glass smoking pipes, contribute to a practice of consumption in place, and that the current program has been observed to support active open-air drug use in our parks at various hours of the day and night, and in close proximity to children's play areas, community groups, and recreation. So I hope you all agree that this is not acceptable. The Recreation and Parks Commission under Chair Lori Brown sent its first letter to council on the topic in June of 2022, asking specifically to remove the program from Reed Park and to relocate the activity to existing brick and mortar facilities where related supportive services are available. As an attachment to your current item 16F tonight, you may also have read the September 2022 letter from Mayor Himmelrich to the County Board of Supervisors asking the county to immediately bring the program indoors and out of city parks. So 2 years since, as details of this program has come to be more widely understood by the community, the county has not changed course, even as overdose deaths remain high in Santa Monica, and despite increased public outcry and subsequent council motions, which we thank you for. Since that time, Recreation and Parks Commission has continued to engage deeply with this issue and has a key component to its advocacy for improved park safety. To recap from earlier this year, we shared a visit by Dr. Gary Tsai in person in February. They came to the commission, and we were able to sort out a few key facts that are worth repeating. This is not a needle exchange program. There is no one-for-one exchange of needles, and by the county's own metrics, many more needles go into our parks than are coming out of our parks. The risk to children, pets, and city staff is unacceptable. There is no site-specific data tracking the success or failure of this program in Santa Monica. You've seen PowerPoint statistics that offer up overdose reversals, service referrals, but these are entirely unsubstantiated, and in multiple meetings, the county has admitted that these metrics are modeled or estimated. I think a very cogent point, the only other park location in all of Los Angeles County where the health department contracts open-air distribution of needles and pipes is MacArthur Park in Los Angeles. You may have read Steve Lopez's article about the state of MacArthur Park this past Sunday in the LA Times. No other city or neighborhood in all of Los Angeles County is being asked to share this burden in their parks in this way. So since that engagement, one or more of our commissions have continued to attend every public hearing the county has offered. Questions submitted online in real time via Zoom tend to go unaddressed. Questions posed in person are generally stonewalled or condescended to. County officials seem visibly annoyed that Santa Monica people keep finding out about these meetings and keep attempting to participate. Without hope that the county will alter course on their own, we ask once again that our city council move to enhance our municipal codes and increase enforcement of already existing rules to bring an end to distribution of paraphernalia and consumption of dangerous drugs in our parks. Council members, please find agreement amongst yourselves and take action to make our parks and public spaces safe and clean for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair.
John Alley.
Trey Posey is going to donate 2 minutes to me.
I think you have 4 minutes.
I'm John Alley, co-founder of the Santa Monica Coalition, here to discuss 16F and 16G. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Oscar De La Torre for introducing item 16G and for his service to the council. He's been fearless in the face of adversity, pragmatic, and is always willing to take action, applying common sense, and putting the benefit of the community over his own interests. Item 16F is a waste of city resources and time. Many cities across California have stood up against needle distribution programs and won. They have not required the need for the support of city associations in order to win their battle. It's bad enough that the Santa Monica City Coalition has had to stand up and sue the county because you have failed to protect the community from the needle and the meth pipe distribution program. It's time to show by your actions and not by your words that you are not being pushed around by the county. You can accomplish that quickly and resolutely by voting in favor of 16G. 16G simply requires the needle and meth program to be moved out of the parks and public spaces with the option for it to be moved into a place that's medically suited for medical distribution and out of the way of potential harm to the public. Regardless of the city council's hemming and hawing, The city has the legislative authority to approve or disapprove of the program. What seems most apparent is that there is a lack of political will from you guys to make the right decisions for the community out of a desire to maintain alliances with county politicians and curry favors for current and future elections. Did you know that there is a legal requirement for the county to receive formal approval from the Santa Monica Police Chief before it can operate its programs in our public spaces? Barbara Ferrer has told us personally 3 times that this is model-based, it's not scientific. The philosophy of handing out free needles is yet to be proven scientifically or otherwise. 75% of Santa Monica residents are against this. 71% of the residents are renters. They use the parks, they want the parks as their backyards. In 2023, 65% of the 5,000 calls made to police were for drug-related crimes in public spaces. Enough for the drug-related assaults, rapes, kidnappings, attempted kidnapping, burglaries, shoplifting, vandalism, demoralization of our residents, businesses, and locals. Item 16G simply closes the loopholes, enabling the county to pursue this destructive program. It's time to show by your actions and not just by your words that you are done placating the county and filling the pockets of the Venice Family Clinic at the expense of the well-being of Santa Monica. Don't waste our time trying to garner support of city associations. Pull up your bootstraps, get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm now going to call the next 5 names. Stephanie, Jonathan Foster, Sherry Davis, Casper Kasparian, Nicole Ferries, Erica Bell. Are any of these people here? Is Stephanie here? Okay, Jonathan Foster. And Mr. Foster signed up for, I think, 2 items, or twice. How many items are you speaking on tonight?
It was going to be, where did it go? The speed and the cancer walk.
So you get 2 minutes for each.
Yeah, I was gonna say something about the homeless encampment, but is this on? Hi, Phil Brock, you know, I said I didn't like you, and it's not true. I got a little upset. I'm sorry. I do like you very much. You and Lana are not the ones doing the donuts in the intersections. Right. So I like 25 miles an hour on Broadway, and I always find somebody on my bumper following me way too close. So I always pull over and let them go by because I want to do 25. I stop behind the line. I'm not a great driver, really, could probably. But one of the things, a little bit of funny, is that it's like 15 miles an hour. You see the 50. Why isn't it 16? It's always 15. It's always 35. 35. Why isn't it 34? How about 33.5? It's really strange. So we've got these numbers that go. So, but I think speed, we all know, causes the accidents. And because in Santa Monica, I was going on 21, a police officer was coming out of the Izzy Deli 15th Street, and they followed me down to 9th Street and everything, and I was doing 29. So I didn't get pulled over, you know. So, but low speed has saved me from car accident after car accident. Most importantly, has saved me from hitting pedestrians over and over again for the 24 years I've been here, going the speed limit here. And it sucks when they leave going 40 out of Santa Monica. That I don't like. So with not enough time to speak about what this is very, very important on the mitochondria and the, I approve the waiver for the cancer walk. Now, I sent an email to you about this, and I'm not going to be able to get, with 2 minutes, I don't know if I can So I want you to go on YouTube, 4-4 membrane proteins receptors glycoproteins on Otter Bio Tutor on YouTube. And number one was in transport proteins, move substances, receptor proteins to receive signaling, cell-to-cell recognition, and enzymes in the membrane. This is stuff I've known for a long time, right? Because I, Jonathan, have a cancer problem. Because I've been smoking way too much pot, I get very angry. But what they found out was mitochondria is a metabolic disease. It's not a systemic disease. So you have to eat food to target your mitochondria. Okay, the next thing, okay, and but you have to eat the glycoproteins. Your body makes the glycoproteins, but you have to eat more of it. The next one that I know about that a lot of people don't really realize is you have to eat fermented foods. The fermented foods give the prebiotics that the probiotics eat the prebiotics to live, okay? And however, in cancer, we know it's mitochondria. And this is extremely important because most people do not know this. Cancer, if you target the mitochondria, you almost, kinda, just about the most people, you will not ever get cancer if you target eating for your mitochondria and you eat the protein saccharides, because on each cell, there are 8 receptors for these proteins, and they do the communicating. A keyboard to the computer or a mouse, without them, you can't communicate to the computer. So your white blood cells cannot properly communicate to the cells without all these glycoproteins.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for the science lesson. Appreciated.
Sherry Davis?
Good evening. Thank you to Vice Mayor Negrete and Councilmember Davis for placing item 16B on this evening's agenda. I sincerely hope and request that all members of the council recognize how vital it is to properly maintain and upgrade our public schools. Our Santa Monica Public Schools are one of the most important reflections of the best of our city, and Measure QS is vital to ensure quality schools for our Santa Monica families. My name is Sherry Davis, and I'm a longtime and passionate education advocate. I wear and have worn many leadership hats, among them with over 20 years with Community for Excellent Public Schools. I'm a past president of the Santa Monica Malibu Council of PTAs. I'm a current member and past chair of the Santa Monica Early Childhood Task Force, and I've served on campaign committees for various education measures over the years, including Yes on QS, which has given me a great perspective on how important this ballot measure is. I also served as the chair of the SMM-USD Citizens Bond Oversight Committee that submitted a final bond measure report 20 years ago in the fall of 2004 that made key recommendations that were taken seriously by the district and several iterations of the Board of Education over the years. And these recommendations and their implementation have vastly improved the vision, the planning systems, the quality, and the transparency of the incredibly complicated school construction process. Bond measures are the method by which California public schools obtain the financial resources necessary to provide the learning environment that our children and families need and deserve. Please join PTA, the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, the League of Women Voters, SMER, SEPS, and Senator Ben Allen, and support Measure QS for our students and for future generations.
Thank you very much.
Casper Kasparian?
Thank you. Well, thank you. Good evening. Thank you, council members, and thank you, Sherry, for that lead-in. Sherry mentioned the PTA, and I have the pleasure of telling you I am the Legislation Advocacy Chair for the Santa Monica Malibu Council of PTAs. And like many of my predecessors, I have the pleasure of telling you, like many of your predecessors, that the PTA voted today to support the bond measures, both QS and MM today. So I wanted to just share a couple of things. One is that PTA is hopefully known to you. Ben Allen told me one time that he considers PTA the greatest and underpaid lobbying organization in the U.S. It's been around for more than 100 years. In the case of my son's school, Lincoln Middle School, it's been 100 years of PTA activism that has done good work. The important thing to note about PTA is that I forgot to mention early that Nicole Ferries is donating 2 minutes.
I'll add 2 more. You can finish
Thank
up,
you.
I'll add 2 more.
I apologize for that. We are primarily an advocacy organization with a singular focus on promoting the welfare of children and families. So with that in mind, we did a very thorough study of the proposed bond measures that are on the ballot this November. In the course of our study, we apply the proposed legislation or measures of any sort against standing PTA principles. These are the authorities that are principles of general principles, as well as legislation planks, et cetera. So with, again, that single-minded focus on the welfare of children and families, after applying these principles to the proposed bond measures, we found overwhelming support from the PTA authorities for these measures. And there's a couple of things I'd like to mention about our report. One is that I've reviewed every report from 2000 on, and this is the most thorough list of opposition positions that has appeared in any report so far. Second point is, it's important to note that there is this specific list, very lengthy list of projects that have been spotlighted and presented on public record as the projects that are the intent of the district to work on with the proceeds from these bond measures. So that is in direct response to one of the main criticisms that has been raised over past bond measures, that there's basically a blank check with every bond measure. Well, it's true that there are no projects mentioned specifically in the bond text itself. However, this project list is part of public record that was presented by district personnel, staff, and others in public forums that demonstrate both the intent of the district to work on these projects, which are very needed, as Sherry had mentioned, as well as the responsiveness to community concerns. So we urge you to join us in supporting bond measure QS for the welfare of Santa Monica schools and children and families in the district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Erica Bell. And before you get started, Ms. Bell, I'm going to call some more names. Danielle Littek, Alicia Mignano, Gabrielle Cohen, Lori Lieberman, Caro Verlaine, Jalal Marashami. I think that should give me 5 names. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here to speak on 16B tonight. I'm a resident of Sunset Park, the JAMS PTSA Executive Vice President, and most importantly, a mother of middle and high school students. I'm here tonight to urge you to support and endorse Measure QS. I'm sure this is no surprise, but many of our classrooms, our facilities, and our infrastructure are outdated. Many of our schools desperately need capital improvements. Old and failing classrooms are not just inconveniences, they're barriers to learning. They're safety concerns, and they stand in the way of giving our children the best possible education. Speaking about JAMS specifically, Measure QS will help support the school with modernization and construct a state-of-the-art STEM building, an exciting place where our children can build, code, create, and test their ideas. These classrooms will foster collaboration, problem solving, and critical thinking. Imagine what a modern STEM facility could do to spark curiosity and passion in our children. My 11-year-old daughter wanted to be here tonight, but clearly it's past her bedtime. So if she were here, she would say she wants a new STEM building because learning in a new environment can help kids, and because some of the teachers have been there for a long time and the space they're in might not work for them anymore. But it's not just about STEM or one school. Measure QS will impact many of our schools. I believe all of us want the same thing: safe, secure, and inspiring environments for Santa Monica kids to learn in. But these things don't just happen by accident. They require resources, commitment, and adults who are willing to prioritize and invest in them. Our schools are the beating heart of this community. When we invest in our schools, we're not just investing in the buildings, we're investing in children's safety, in excellent education, and in the future of Santa Monica.
Thank you very much.
Danielle Littick, or Litak? Right here, okay. Alicia Magnano?
Thank you. Okay, good evening, council members. I'm Alicia Mignano, and I serve on the Santa Monica Malibu School Board. I've visited our schools frequently, and I've seen firsthand the challenges our facilities face. I'm here to express my strong support for Measure QS and MM. My first winter on the board, I was struck by the urgent need for repairs when I saw teachers covering books with blue tarps to protect them from leaky roofs in our elementary schools. Adding to this, students had to be relocated halfway through the school year because of mold in portable classrooms. These issues are more than just inconveniences. They are all threats to the safety and well-being of our students and staff. Measure QS will provide the funds needed to fix those leaky roofs, update outdated wiring and plumbing, remove hazardous materials, and upgrade our classrooms and labs technology. These improvements are essential, not just for safety, but for giving every student the best possible chance to succeed. I want to reassure you, the project list for these measures have been approved by the school board, and progress is already being made. Many projects are well into the design phase and have been submitted to the Division of State for Architect for permitting. Many of our schools are nearly 70 years old and desperately need these repairs to ensure the safety and success of our students. By supporting Measure QS, we're not just repairing buildings, we are taking a vital step to protect the quality of education in our community. We are ensuring that our schools are safe and equipped to provide every child with the education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Gabrielle Cohen?
Hi, my name is Gabrielle Cohen, and I've been volunteering in our school district for the past 15 years. I am now co-chairing Measure QS Campaign Committee with Michael Dubin. He couldn't be here tonight because he's recovering from a recent surgery, so I'm going to be reading his comments. Michael is a Santa Monica homeowner whose 3 children went through our public schools. Tonight, he was speaking as chair of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee for the current bond measures at SMM-USD. General obligation bonds issued under the authority of Proposition 39 require the district to have a bond oversight committee and have annual financial and performance audits on bond expenditures. He has been on the committee since 2018. Since that time, the committee has met regularly and has reviewed bond program expenditures, along with receiving regular updates regarding the progress of projects throughout the district. During that time, the bond program has been subject to independent third-party financial and performance audits annually, and the auditor has determined the audits to be clean audits. The audit language states, the result of our tests indicated that in all significant respects, Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District has properly accounted for the expenditures held in the building fund and that such expenditures were made for authorized bond projects. The district's fiscal prudence have saved taxpayers $50 million over the past 10 years. This is evidenced by Moody's AA1 bond credit rating and Standard & Poor's AA+ superior bond credit rating, and because the district has diversified local revenues. Clearly, with respect to recent prior bonds, SMM-USD has provided the utmost transparency and oversight. There is no reason Measure QS would be any different. We implore you.
Thank you very much.
Lori Lieberman?
Thank you. I'm speaking tonight as a longtime resident and a school board member. At last week's inspirational Democratic convention, Republicans, Democrats, and Independents all stood together in their shared commitment to certain shared small d democratic values. One of those is the provision of quality public education. In Santa Monica, as you all know, we are so fortunate to have great public schools that make a huge contribution to the fabric of the city we all love. The school district, the college, and the city have built a strong partnership that recognizes the vital importance of education. Ensuring that our public schools are supported here has become a tradition. I'm here tonight to urge that we all unite around our highest aspirations. What could be a higher aspiration than giving our kids and our neighbors' kids the best education we can give them? Several of you went to our schools. Others have had kids attend our schools. One will soon have kids in our schools. All of you have neighbors whose kids go to SMM-USD schools and will continue to go there. The world is changing, and we all need to prepare young people for the world that they are inheriting. In order to do that, it is our responsibility to provide them with safe, healthy, and modern learning spaces. Let's not allow adult grievances and false narratives to get in the way of what we all know is key to our children's future. Let's heed the message of the Democratic Convention and move beyond the divisiveness and cynicism that predominate in our civic culture and unite around values like public education, a pillar of democracy. I hope you will agree as a council to support Measure QS and MM in November. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cara Villain, and before you get started, Ms. Villain, I'm going to call a few more names. Jalal Mirshimi, Connor Webb, Ann Bowman, Mark Verville, John Medlin, Mike Pottinger, Denny Zane, Tricia Crane, Kelly Simon, Kevin Kozal, Brad Ewing. Okay. Ms. Villain, you're signed up multiple times. Are you speaking on multiple items?
No, just one, since items got pulled.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Cara Villain. I'm here to speak in support of item 10B. I hope you all are reasonable enough to support it, but I'm also coming here to speak on it because I want to make sure that you understand how important this item is and how important it is to take it seriously and to enforce it and to make sure that people who drive in our city are aware of it. A couple of weeks ago, a friend of mine who grew up in Santa Monica but doesn't live here right now because she can't find any affordable place, spends a lot of time here, but she nearly got killed by a driver on her street in Los Angeles. And based on the description that I got of the aftermath, which includes her ankle-high boots and socks flying off her feet as she flew into the air several feet and nearly lost her life, I assume the driver must have been going 50, 60 miles per hour. It turns out it's estimated he was not going any faster than 30 miles per hour. So if you get hit by a car while you're not protected by a metal cage, going 20 miles per hour, there's a 90% chance you'll survive. If you get hit by a car going 30 miles per hour, there's only a 50% chance you'll survive. So from behind the wheel of a car, this ordinance might not seem like a big deal, but for anyone who is not inside of a car, it can make the difference between getting home alive or never getting home. So please support this item and please take it seriously and make sure it's implemented, enforced, and people are made aware of it. Thank you. And since I have 30 seconds, I'll say I support item 16B. Thank you.
Thank you.
Connor Webb. Mr. Webb, you're signed up for multiple items too. Are you speaking on multiple items?
Yeah, 10B and 16E.
Okay, so you'll have 4 minutes.
All right, thank you. Evening, Council. I'm here to strongly support item 10B that suggested that we adopt the suggested speed limit changes, as this would really help increase safety in Santa Monica. National and international evidence is clear that reducing speed limits in cities reduces injuries, fatalities, and overall collisions. This is especially important for people outside of car walking or cycling. We just heard some of the stats. You know, when you're hit by a driver at 20 miles an hour, a pedestrian has about a 90% chance of surviving. At 40 miles per hour, that drops to just 15%. I think anyone who has spent time walking or biking around Santa Monica realizes that we do have a problem with speeding drivers in Santa Monica, and this is one important step towards improving that problem. It's worth noting that reducing speed also reduces road noise, and I think we can all agree that that improves livability for everyone in Santa Monica. And you know, while it's shown that reducing speed limits is effective on its own, this is, of course, all more effective with actual robust enforcement of these new speed limits. So that will be an essential step as well. I also strongly support item 16E for Santa Monica to join the STC for All Coalition. For context, I'm a member of the North Westwood Neighborhood Council, which includes all of UCLA's campus and Westwood Village, and chair of the Transportation Committee. However, I'm just speaking here in a personal capacity, but I can tell you some of the good reasons why the North Westwood Neighborhood Council has publicly supported an alternative with a station on campus. This would be one of the most heavily trafficked metro stations in the state, and would be the busiest non-transfer station in the entire system of LA Metro. Alternatives without a UCLA station have about half the ridership. So about 65K for without a station, and about 120,000 daily riders for the alternatives with a station on campus. And I actually urge the council here to amend this motion to specifically support a heavy rail alternative over any monorail option. The remaining monorail proposals have worse ridership and nearly double the travel time of heavy rail, with also terrible transfers to the other lines. For example, the heavy rail options have what is frankly a life-changing 12 to 15-minute travel time from UCLA to Van Nuys, whereas the monorail ranges from about 24 to 40 minutes for that same trip. So thank you, Mayor Brock, for bringing this motion, but I do urge you to go a little bit further and support heavy rail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Ann Bowman?
Hi, and Jale Mir Hashemi is donating 2 minutes.
Did he hear?
Called my name earlier.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
11A, but
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
so much.
Good evening, everybody. I'm following up on our Rec and Parks Commission Chair Stephen Johnson's excellent letter to you. I'm also Recreation and Parks Commissioner, and I'm speaking on items 16F and 16G, both of which I support, although I'm going to focus on 16G. I think 16F, if you proceed with it, is going to take a lot of time, and we need to do something right now, right here in Santa Monica. And I think we can amend our municipal code to make it clear to our community where our community stands, where our city stands on the distribution, not only of glass pipes in our parks, but also needles. So I had sent you a letter. I'm not expecting you all have read it, but I did take the liberty of drafting some proposed code amendments that I'd love for you to ask Doug to look at in the next couple of weeks and see if he thinks they're viable and bring them back to you for a first reading and a discussion. The thing I'd love to see my council keep in mind tonight is that Clean and Safe Santa Monica is one of your top 5 priorities for this current 2-year period, and taking some really strong and clear action, further clear action that has already been taken, I think really would help you achieve that goal, and it would mean a lot to your residents. 3 things I'd like to say to you. First of all, smoking is illegal in our parks. It's actually illegal in 16 other places throughout our city. And the city's been a leader on smoking prohibitions because of the clear public health threats that are posed by smoking. Heart disease is our #1 national killer. Smoking is one of the top 3 causes of heart disease death. And as well, The very negative public health benefits of secondhand smoke are also well known and well documented. So that's why we prohibit it in our parks and so many other places. And so it doesn't make sense for us, to tolerate and not do more to stop a program that is now handing out smoking materials that facilitate smoking in our parks. So that's the first point. And I think we can actually amend our code to clarify that that's not allowed, and then we can talk to LA County about that. And that would not violate the state statute that enables the needle distribution, because there's nothing in that statute about distribution of glass pipes. So then my second point is that I think it's really important for all 7 of you council members to know that the Recreation and Parks Commission, and no one disputes what have been said are the benefits of harm reduction programs. It's a very well-intentioned program, but any public policy and program is only as good as its implementation. And the implementation by LA County and our 3 premier parks is just abysmal. It's an implementation fail, and because it is causing so much collateral damage. Basically, we are privileging the rights of a very small number of people over the rights of thousands and thousands of our residents. And they include people that council and our city deeply cares about too, our seniors, the disabled, it's not great for them to have addicts around them in the parks when they're just trying to have a good time. Our seniors, our tourists, so vital to our economy, and it's imposing real financial costs on our police, our fire, social workers, other outreach workers, anybody who goes into the park. So it's financial costs, it's a lot of collateral damage, and again, it's not creating a clean and safe Santa Monica. It's a policy implementation fail. Then the last thing I want to do is, Davis. Oh, am I all done?
That was your 4 minutes, yeah.
This is what the 400 needles that aren't getting collected look like. This is a lot of needles, and they go unrecovered.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry.
Mark Furville? Mr. Verville, have you signed up multiple times? Are you speaking on multiple items?
I'm speaking on multiple items. I'm speaking on item 16B, and I'm going to be speaking on 16G.
Okay.
16B is the bond, and 16G is the needles.
Okay, you'll have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mark Verville. I'm the chair of the Santa Monica Audit Subcommittee. My comments are in opposition to item 16B, the City Council endorsement of the bond measure QS. I'm in strong opposition to this endorsement of this poorly conceived bond initiative. It is a complete disservice to the students of the district and to the taxpayers of the city. My reasons are as follows. Number one, there is no legally binding project list. The district is not legally committing to these specific projects. Number two, the discretionary district spending, which so far has been $1.2 billion in bonds and almost $2 billion in with interest, has resulted in the need for this bond to fix the same things the previous bonds promised to fix, with the usual suspects being repair leaky roofs, which allowed student exposure to mold at John Muir, HVAC installation at all schools that was promised in 2016, updated security systems that have been promised since 2012, replacement of portable classrooms. Prior to this last bond, there were 61. With this bond, there would still be supposedly, if it was legally enforceable, 37, which means that still 60% would be remaining. And yet a post-educational discovery building has gone up in the meantime. There's no accountability. Lacking a legally binding project list, the endlessly hyped audit provisions allow the district's bond oversight committee to certify only that the bond spending was on construction and not on operations. My 2021 review of the district's capital projects financials controls indicated that there was no reporting structure that existed to detect, correct, and drive accountability for project overruns. In addition, The financial accountants at the time and today that track project spends on these capital bonds report to the project manager and not directly to the district's head of finance, violating a fundamental basic rule of internal control. This suggests that the accountants can be exposed to undue influence of those spending the money. In conclusion, the residents have shown that their consistent good faith and support for and prioritization of the children in our schools by approving bond after bond, $1.2 billion in total, and almost $2 billion in interest, with all of these things still unfixed. The bonds have given the district wide latitude to demonstrate that faith was well placed, and the outcomes have clearly proven otherwise. City endorsement of any future bonds must be contingent on the district addressing all of the aforementioned issues. And on item G, I wish to just simply mirror and support the comments made by the Parks and Recs chair. I am in full agreement of that. I don't even know why this is an issue at this point, but it does reflect the fact that our relationship with the county and our ability to negotiate for the resident safety with the county is highly flawed, if not non-existent. The county policies, end-of-line policies, we don't know how many people are coming off the county buses. This are all indications of policy negotiation failures of this city with the county. That is truly, I think, what the core issue is that's driving so many of this city's fundamental issues. So while I approve G, the relationship and our ability to effectively negotiate with the county is the real problem here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
John Medlin? Okay. Mike Pottinger? No? Denny Zane? Tricia Crane?
Good evening. Sorry, I have a bit of a cold. Tricia Crane, Chair of Northeast Neighbors. Our neighborhood association has voted to oppose the school bond, the $495 million construction bond. Santa Monica has voted yes for every bond since 1998, almost $2 billion, including interest, and we feel we didn't get what was promised. The district said bonds would repair our schools. They promised to complete many projects, including portable classroom replacement. Those portables are still there. The school district discontinued third-party oversight during removal of arsenic from soil and spent millions fighting the community about toxic PCBs instead of cleaning it up. New development has been overpriced and plagued with defects. $45 million for a new middle school auditorium with problematic acoustics. $200 million for an experimental Samuel High building with multiple system failures since opening. This is evidence of misspending without meaningful oversight. This bond will cost property owners and renters almost $1 billion to repay, including interest. There is no senior exemption. Everyone recognizes the importance of our schools. We want our kids to thrive. However, real support for our kids requires an outside audit of all bond spending and results before agreeing to yet another bond. I have kids who went to our schools. I love our schools. This is an outrage, and you should not support this.
Kelly Simon?
Can't believe I'm still awake. It's way past my bedtime. My name's Kelly Simon. Ready with us?
We're ready.
Okay. Wow. This is a crazy system that this happens at midnight. I was here at like 7:30, and I'm just baffled. But I'm here to talk about 10B. I live on 26th Street, and it's kind of a freeway, southbound. It's just crazy. And I heard somebody mention robust enforcement, and I would be game for any enforcement. I know you can't speed on San Vicente, but you can go as fast as you want on 26th Street. So I mean, it's great to put in laws, like reduce speed limit, but I just hope it doesn't go like the way of the the leaf blower ban that is not enforced at all, and they're just used all over the place. So, I mean, I think it's great to have lower speed limits, but if there's no enforcement, I don't really understand the point. And ditto what Tricia said about the school bonds. I have kids also. I'm a 23-year resident. My kids are 20 and 24, went to all the Santa Monica schools. And, I love the schools, but there needs to be, accountability for these things. And what else do I want to say? 45 seconds. I just can't believe I'm still here. I have a 7:30 a.m. meeting, and when I came here at 7 p.m., I was like, I'll stay till like 10. Okay, I'll stay till 11. And then I was like, I've been here this long. So I've spoken here a few times for a variety of things over the years, and I've seen you guys on TV go until like 3 in the morning and stuff, which is absolutely crazy. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Some people get things done on their phone while, folks are here waiting to talk to you folks. So, I appreciate your service, and the system is broken. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
I'll show you my picture. I picked one of these up in the lobby.
Right.
Everybody's tweeting.
Thank you. Thank you for taking a poster also.
Brad Ewing?
Yeah, we could autograph it.
I'm going to speak on 10B. Good evening, Mayor Brock, City Council. It's late. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Santa Monica Ford is proud to endorse the school bond. A majority of the buildings are more than 70 years old. I went to a college that's over 300 years old. Many buildings over 100, 200 years old. I can speak to the negative impact I had as a student being in buildings that were poorly insulated, that had leaks. So I encourage us to invest in our schools and in the future. My wife and I intend to raise children here, so let's give them the best future that we can possibly get. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Kevin Kozal? And before you get started, Mr. Kozal, I'm going to call, well, maybe the last names on the list. Kyle R., Carl H., Evan Gillich, I believe he left, Kim Corey, Mike Soloff, John C. Smith, and Michael DeVilliers.
He's right there. He didn't leave.
You may proceed, Mr. Kozal.
Good evening, Kevin Kozel. I'm speaking on item 10A, the building permit ordinance. I'm in support of it. It's very difficult to get through the plan check process in time, but I am concerned. I think there's a glitch in the ordinance that may make it ineffective in certain cases. The good news is I think there's a very easy fix. So what this ordinance does is it provides for building permit applications to be good for 18 months, and then there's three 6-month extensions. So now a building permit application can be good for 3 years. Currently, demo permits in many cases are already good for 3 years. The problem is the ordinance doesn't allow for an extension of a demo permit application. And here's the dilemma. Under the planning process, you have to file your demo application first, wait 75 days, go through the planning process, then go through the ARB process, then prepare your plans and file for plan check. So by the time you filed for plan check, your building permit application may have already burned off a year or two and only have 1 year left. So the fact that you can file a building permit application that may be good for 3 years doesn't really do you much, because in many instances, in order to get your demo permit issued, you have to have your building permit issued concurrently. So if your building demo permit is going to expire in a year when you file your building permit application, you have to get your building permit in a year, not 3 years. So here's the easy fix. There's a sentence in the ordinance that says the building officer may grant one 12-month extension of the time plan check periods in section H1, D, and E. All you have to do is change that to read section H1A through E, and then it picks up the demo permit applications. And this, I think, is a very easy fix, and it's not a requirement. It just grants the building officer's discretion.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Kyle R. And Mr. Kyle R., you have signed up twice. Are you speaking on multiple items?
Yeah, briefly.
Okay, which items?
10B and I guess this would be 16G and J.
So you're speaking on 3 items?
Brief, two.
I'll give you 4 minutes.
Cool, thank you. Hey, so I regularly, pretty much every day, bike from Pearl Street on Lincoln up through Centinela, all the way up that way. Daily, I flirt with death. When I'm going up past SMC towards Centinela, I'm pedaling as fast as my legs will carry me, and I still have people riding my tail, honking their horns, furious at me in the shared bike lanes. Stop signs in this general section, people largely view them as suggestions rather than, time to stop and let other people pass. As such, I think the 10B, the measure to have, to enforce speed limits, I think this is a great idea. If you haven't ridden a bike on any of our streets, we have a wonderful skeleton of a great biking system. But it can also be terrifying if you are not in a car. And a lot of folks, whether by choice or by necessity, bike, walk, take transit or under cities, enforcing speed limits is going to make that experience so much nicer for everyone. And just in brief on 10D, 16G, and 16J, I think a lot in our lives has to go right for you to wind up in Santa Monica. It's a huge privilege to be here. And I think a lot of measures that demonize folks that are in the worst possible position that a human being can be in, it is just cruel to take away someone's blanket who's living on the street. So please, I urge you to oppose 10D, 16G.
We're not going through those have been pulled tonight.
Right, and
Thank you,
I
sir.
think the same also applies to the harm reduction and the supportive housing thing. Have a heart, and thank you.
Next is Carl H.
Good evening, Mayor Brock and council members. Carl Hansen, speaking on behalf of Santa Monica Forward tonight on 3 items. First, 10B, I'll be quick here. Others have already stated, small increases in car speed result in a shockingly large increase in the risk of fatality and serious injury. Very strong supporter of safer and slower streets. Cities like Paris, Helsinki, Brussels, and others in Europe implemented almost citywide 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limits. That's 19 miles an hour. The results of that across those cities, the studies that have looked at it, have found on average a 23% reduction in road crashes, a 37% decrease in fatalities, and a 38% drop in injuries. Those are also great cities to walk around in. As we think about what we want the future of Santa Monica to be, I want it to be a place where we all feel comfortable, walking to the store, walking with kids, walking to school. Let's be more like Paris, less like Houston. On 16B, thank you, Vice Mayor Negrete and Councilmember Davis for making the request that the city endorse the school bond measure. I think that's great. Let's invest in our future. And then 16E, thank you, Mayor Brock, for your request to send a letter supporting the station at UCLA. I think that's super important and a good thing for our future. Have a great night.
Thank you very much.
Kim Corey.
Good evening, Santa Monica City Council. Thank you so much for putting item 16I on the agenda, the Off the Hook Santa Monica Seafood Festival. My name is Kim Curry. I'm a 22-year-old resident of Santa Monica and founder of Spin PR Group. Been a business owner here for 17 years. We produce events that help support community and our local businesses. And the Seafood Festival is an opportunity to support our local restaurants and to attract business to the Santa Monica Pier and support the tenants on the pier as well. I've served on the board of the Chamber of Commerce and also produced a number of events with the city, downtown Santa Monica, Main Street Business Improvement District. I have a passion and love for the city and want to help bring this event and keep it on the pier rather than move it to another location. As you know, the pier's upward of $16,000 to $20,000 to rent. And I am asking the city to waive $5,940, which is your portion of the pier parking deck for the parking lot. Also, Cirque du Soleil, I found out, has the 1550 lot, so I do not have anywhere for the attendees and vendors to park. So I'm going to need to get some shuttle service to get people into the pier. So my ask is for you to consider waiving that. This event is for zero profit. I'm just looking to offset the costs and pay to produce this festival. And so, why should you waive your fee? Many reasons. Obviously, we're bringing the community together. We're supporting local businesses. This event attracts revenue to the city. It gets incredible press, positive press for our city. And it also helps, it benefits Heal the Bay, so it helps our sustainable initiatives. And it's free of single-use plastics. So
Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
John C. Smith?
Hi, Ms. Newsom. Could we have that flyer up there? Keep going. Keep going.
I don't think, I don't think, I don't have enough.
It was a Wilmot flyer for our event on September.
I don't have that item.
Okay. You guys, I wore this shirt tonight for a reason. In addition to being a Rec and Parks Commissioner, I'm also a member of the Wilmot Board. Wilshire, Montana Neighborhood Coalition puts on 3 second Saturday events every summer, July, August, the next one September 14th. And I put this shirt on because in the day of those events, at 9 a.m., I go out there and I walk around and try to clear out all the people that are there, hanging out, smoking, whatever. And most of them are really friendly, and I explain, hey, because families with children won't hang out at Reed Park and come to these events, and we're trying to activate the park because there's no more Meet Me at Reed. And so I do this, and most of them are really friendly, and they go somewhere else. And then families can gather, and we can have free live music in the park, followed by free popcorn and lemonade for kids, and a kids' movie, Monsters, Inc. is on September 14th. So I'm talking about, the pipe 16, F, and G. Drug paraphernalia should not be handed out in our parks. Drugs are illegal in our parks, and I know you guys know this. Smoking is illegal in our parks. So why can we let the county come in and hand out paraphernalia so we can have drug use and smoking in our parks? I go to Reed Park. I know Reed Park better than anybody. I go there 3 times a week. And I always just go up to say, hey, guys, you got to put out the smoking. You got to move somewhere else. You can't use drugs. Drugs are illegal in our parks. I do this all the time. If you go to Reed Park for 1 hour and walk around, you will see the drug dealers come. The needles come, the pipes come. The dealers come, people walk over, things are exchanged. It happens. 1 hour. Do I have any more time?
Technically, you had 2 minutes. I didn't know that you were speaking on 2 items.
Thank you. Okay, so, anyways. Do whatever you can, direct our city attorney to be really crafty, and let's get these programs out of our parks. It's harm reduction I get. I've seen a guy come back to life at Reed Park from Narcan. That's harm reduction. But these pipes and these needles, they're harming our parks. They're killing our parks. Dudes don't go somewhere else to use drugs. They hang out in the parks all day, and then they're there. And if you go there for 1 hour, you'll see them. Open air drug use. Okay, 30 seconds on the school bond. I love schools. I taught at USC Annenberg for 15 years. I've taught at Santa Monica College several classes. This school bond has an accountability problem. But what I really came here to say is a lot of the money for this school bond is going to be used for school construction. Before you endorse this school bond, ask yourself the question, where are the kids going to play? You know where they're going to play? They're going to play in Memorial Park and Airport Park. They're going to play in our parks. So I think the school board should do what the Santa Monica College Board did several years ago and kick in $20 million of that school bond for our parks, and then we can get some of these parks expansion projects started, and we'll have a place for kids to play because we're building up so many of the campuses. I think that you guys should ask the school board people to do something that will benefit everybody in our city and throw in $20 million from that bond into our parks. We need it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
That concludes public input for this evening.
Oh, God, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Item 7A, Santa Monica Beach Dunes Restoration Phase 3.
Do I just use the arrows to control the slides? Oh, good to go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Nico Predock. I'm a sustainability analyst in OSE. I'm here to provide you with a quick overview of the beach students' work that we've done so far, and then I'll be handing it over to our project consultant, the Bay Foundation, for more information on the Phase 3 Santa Monica Beach Dune project that we've been working on. Our Climate Action Adaptation Plan emphasizes the need for enhancing coastal resilience through low-cost natural solutions. So far, we've developed and implemented 2 beach dune restoration projects as a means to achieve CAP goals, the pilot project and the Phase 2 project. For some background on the pilot project, it was implemented in 2016 as a 3-acre plot on the North Santa Monica Beach, and this project successfully brought back a native coastal habitat while preserving shoreline access. Here's an image of the pilot site. You can see the difference from the surrounding beach from an aerial perspective. And this is an image down on the ground. It's a beautiful wild habitat for residents and visitors alike to enjoy. It's especially beautiful during the spring when the flowers bloom. So seeing as the pilot project was a successful proof of concept, the best next step was for the city to implement this at a slightly larger scale. The Phase 2 project was installed in March of this year and has already shown signs of dune growth. This is an image south of the Annenberg Beach House, showing what the beach looked like before we installed the project. And here's an image looking south towards the pier of what the beach looks like after. Over the next 5 years, we can expect this area to transform into a restored coastal strand habitat that will look similar to the pilot project. So that brings us to the next phase of beach dune restoration, Phase 3. Since the spring of this year, we've been conducting extensive public and stakeholder outreach, and we've been working with internal departments in the city to iterate on the Phase 3 plans that we'll be reviewing momentarily. We recently received notice from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act through a program called SERP, which stands for Statutory Exemption for Restoration Projects. To zoom in on what the next few months look like for the project, we're coming back to you on the 10th to adopt the CEQA finding and to authorize an amended agreement with the Bay Foundation. Shortly thereafter, we'll be submitting a coastal development permit application to the California Coastal Commission. During that period, we will continue public outreach and education, and then we're aiming to get on the December Coastal Commission agenda for the project and begin project installation thereafter. With that, I'll pass it over to our colleagues at the Bay Foundation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'll try and be as brief and substantive as possible. My name is Alex Tower, and I work at the Bay Foundation. I'm the Director of Coastal Adaptation Program, and I'm also a commissioner on the Sustainability Commission. And I'm here with Tom Ford, who is our CEO at the Bay Foundation. So, first of all, thank you for staying up late and listening to this. We are really excited about this program. And I'll just quickly launch into it. The benefits of dune vegetation, there's many, many different kinds of benefits. So I'll just quickly go through it. It helps against sea level rise in front of projects like this. So if we line them up, we're going to have a more resilient coastline. It beautifies the beach with the flowers and the butterflies. It increases plant and animal biodiversity. Excuse me. Provides habitat for threatened and endangered species, like the bird you see in the upper right. It's the western snowy plover, which is a threatened bird and happens to roost on our beaches. It's also a wonderful opportunity for community connection and opportunities for education. When we consider putting together a footprint that for the plan for these dune projects, we take many, many things into consideration, including beach vulnerability, and we take very seriously the input of tribal, residential, commercial, city, and other entities. We're also very concerned about avoiding any areas that are known to be recreational permitted areas. We do our best to keep open the public access to the coastline. And certainly we try and pay attention to what existing site use is like. What are the patterns? We look at even aerial photographs of summer umbrella densities across the beach and things like that. We also speak with the lifeguards and the police and try and make sure that we have provided sufficient access for emergency response. We're thinking about biological benefits, so where we place them may be the best place for where the birds roost, for example. Educational opportunities, of course, and then finally, there's not a lot of money that's for this kind of work, and so we definitely have to keep cost effectiveness in mind. Okay, so here is the map north of the pier. You'll see the pier down in the lower right, and the city border in the upper left. And there's a lot of colors here, so I want to quickly orient you. The red, orange, yellow rectangles and so on are the parking lots, and you'll see that they're just heat mapped in terms of the intensity of their use. So how many people are parking in that area gives us an indication of how many people are getting to the beach. You'll also see some purple and green dots closer to the shoreline. Those are permitted recreation spots. And then you'll see the blue dots further up the beach. Those are the volleyball courts. And then on the upper left, you'll see a couple of yellow rectangles. Those are the original pilot project. And then further down the beach, you'll see some kind of pistachio green, 4 different shapes there. And that is phase 2 that Nico just talked to you about. Then the slightly darker green polygons are the areas where we would like to put in the dunes. So you'll see that there are 3 locations along the shoreline that tend to be areas where birds kind of collect and roost there, and also areas where people tend not to be. And then we are hoping to kind of build a ribbon of dunes around the bike path to make it more beautiful, and hopefully with the LA 2028 coming, hopefully by then the flowers will be going off and it'll just be really beautiful. And you can't see it in this projection, but there are pedestrian pathways that we have put into the plan for access from the residents on the ocean front, as well as from the parking lots and so on. We've done our best to avoid or provide enough distance from the storm drains, and the hashed green areas closer to the 1550 parking lot are, that's the spot where the 2028 beach volleyball venue possibly might be. And so we are very aware of that, and that's why there's a hash mark there. It may or may not go in there. Okay, so let's move on to south. Parking lots are in front of Hollister, in front of right around Ocean Park, and again, there's a green dot right at the end of where Tower 28 is. And you'll see all along the beach then, there's just not quite as much in the way of dunes planned for that area, except when you get to that area just in the lower right, south of Tower 28, where the beach kind of gets wider around where Barnard turns up to Main Street. And that is an area that we are really hopeful that, and it's taking the pattern of a medicine wheel. The pathways are designed to be in the cardinal directions, and we're hoping that this will be an invitation for First Nations peoples to come and use this as a ceremonial site. So that's kind of the rough story about it, and we did kind of a rendering to help show you what we think it's going to look like with the dunes there and the plants. These are very low-lying plants. I'm going to keep going. I have a list of plants in just a moment, but we can't do this work without volunteers, so it does a lot of community involvement. We use volunteers for implementation and regular maintenance. We have a plant palette that we have suggested to the Coastal Commission for Phase 2. They love it, and we're hoping that everyone will love this one too. The plants are very low growing, no more than 4 or 5 inches off the ground, so they're not plants that would get in the way of the view. And then I can't say enough about the partners that have helped us get to where we are today. There are just so many partners, but this is just like the perfect time to say, working with the city staff has been magic. Like, they're just such a great staff, and they've just incredible partners, really hardworking and really diligent, and we appreciate you so much, really. So with that, I think I will say, I also wanted to show you that we have a bunch of support letters from a variety of different places, and you can see there's some logos there, but I think the lower right one is really the most special. We have a whole pile of letters of support from Girl Scouts. And it's a local troop, and they actually created a video that I would love to share with you by email or something so that you can see it. It's a 1-minute video, really special, very sweet. And then just want to say thank you. Thank you for listening, and I hope you can support this. Got one more, I think, there. Any questions?
Are there any questions?
I put myself in there.
Vice Mayor Negrete.
I just have a quick question. I know this might seem silly, but I spent many years like training on dunes, and I just wonder when I was young and dumb and didn't realize that they served a greater purpose. How are you going to keep people off them? Because a lot of people like to use them to train on and run up and down, not realizing that they might be destroying something that's intended for something else.
I think that's a really great question, and it brings up a point that I had intended to make, which is these are quite low-lying dunes.
Okay.
So our dunes, after 8 years in the pilot project, are only about 1 meter high.
Okay.
And so that's Manhattan Beach, but you can see.
Signage.
Oh, okay, thank you. And so we have signs that we have put regularly along on every other post, basically, that are saying, and the Coastal Commission has kind of helped us figure out what words to use and all that kind of stuff. So it says sensitive wildlife habitat, and we have arrows on some of the signs that show, public access trails. And then we have this QR code for further information. So these are very small signs, so they're not kind of visual headaches, but they are regularly spaced. I would say, you know, when I'm out there, there's one person might be, oh, shoot, you know, and they'll walk around. Every once in a while, I will say once this year, I had this, he was probably in his 80s. He was just that rebellious guy who needed to just walk right through the dunes. You know what? Go ahead. These plants are so hardy. It's fine on that level. And I would say they're just not big enough for people to use them as exercise.
Do you have, yeah, and they have the plants, so that's good, because in Manhattan Beach they don't. Are those ropes there? Is that what's going to?
Yes, so what we do, and you can see it better in the right, it's a 1-inch galvanized post and then manila rope. So if it does break, it's not going to cause harm. And that's kind of why we went with the wood signs as well. They will biodegrade over time, and they'll need to be replaced, and we have that covered, so.
Okay, any other questions, comments?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, okay. Oscar.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the report and what you all are doing. Just one picture you showed had like debris that washed up, I think, you know, ashore. And I was wondering, it doesn't look like that's sort of part of the natural habitat, but it like.
That one?
Not that one, there was another one. Like that one actually looks a lot nicer, looks like. Yeah, it's like more of the natural plants, but like right there, you know? And it just, you know, like some of the logs and some of the debris, I mean, I don't see any construction material, you know, but after rain, I've seen a bunch of stuff, and I'm thinking, are we leaving that because, what are your protocols and what's the criteria for leaving certain things there that wash up ashore, and then maybe, I'm sure you probably clean up some things that wouldn't be appropriate to leave there, right?
I have so much to say. I'm going to try and keep it short. Okay. The driftwood, we were very particular about driftwood and no kind of like 2x4s with nails and plywood with paint or whatever. So, and the city was incredible. When we were out there implementing this, they brought bucket loads full of driftwood that they were cleaning off the rest of the beach and brought it to us so we could place it here. And part of the reason is because it will help build up sand accumulation. And again, it won't be high, it'll just be, you know, up to here. But the sand will accumulate around those logs. And the other thing I just wanted to bring up is the other day I was out there at Phase 2 looking out on the new driftwood that's out there, and there was a plover on every log, just roosting there. And I was like, oh my God, I have pictures in my phone. I wish I could, you know, show it to you, but it was so special, really. Yeah. Yes. And I will say too, that we actually laid down the sand fencing that you see kind of periodically placed there. And we kind of made little Quonset huts out of them. And we saw birds inside the Quonset huts as well. So it's really great to have a safe place for them to roost.
Does anyone know where the grunions went?
Oh, I have to ask Karen on that one. Tom does.
Just to honor that question, council member. With the warmer ocean temperatures, we've seen the grunion migrating further north. And when we had that very big marine heat wave in 2015, 2016, fishes that normally would come up on the beaches in Southern California were all the way up in Tomales Bay. So it's a phenomenon that's definitely happening globally. We see these poleward migrations, northern and northern hemisphere, southern and southern hemisphere, to accommodate those temperatures. But they're still around.
I just wanted to mention that I'm a board member of the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission, so I'll strongly support this. Thank you.
For your service.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Can we vote on this? Would someone like to make a motion? Oh, no. Councilmember Terrell.
No, I just want to get clarity.
Then Councilmember Zwick.
Because I think there are a few things in the staff report where you all were looking for direction, but are you just giving us information, or are you looking for direction at this point? I mean, I'm happy, I don't know that there's a motion to
Oh,
make,
there may not be?
Yeah.
Okay.
but, I mean, if it wasn't so late, I could stay here all
David,
day.
do
Yeah,
we need a
I-
motion?
At this point, mostly informational and as an
Okay.
update and to get any questions and any feedback and any recommendations. Yeah.
I think I love the signs that you have as well out there. And I think, you know, when my family comes to visit, it's very easy to explain to them what's happening. And I would just say, thank you. I don't know that I have any.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Zwick?
Thank you.
My first question was about whether there was specific direction, and seeing that there isn't any required, I'll just echo that this is an exciting project. I'm glad we're doing it here. I do know people who are occasionally confused by it, but I feel better equipped to explain to them the great work that we're doing. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
And thank you for your help in restoring our bay. It's appreciated. Okay, clerk, next item, please.
Item 10A, introduction and first reading of an emergency ordinance to extend building permit and construction timelines, and to extend timelines for landmark entitlements.
Yeah.
Do you want us to report?
Do we need to waive, can we waive the report?
You may, if you.
Yeah, I moved to waive the staff report.
I'll second. It's seconded. Okay, staff report's over. Oh, if you have something, then hold on a minute.
No, I don't have anything. I don't have anything to add. I'm just saying, did we want to include any of the comments or give any direction based upon any of the feedback that we got from public comment? Or are we good as is?
I feel like it was positive.
Because there was that concern that Mr. Kozal
Oh,
gave.
that's true, he did.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would recommend that you can give us direction to bring that back, just because the issues he's raising, like, I'm a little concerned it's not fitting under this emergency ordinance and the reasons we brought it for you. You know, I think it's something we want to look at and bring back to you at a later
Okay,
date.
I'm happy to do that.
okay. Do we have a motion?
So I move to adopt what's before us with additional direction for staff to bring back any changes needed on a longer timeline, given the public comment that we heard today.
Second.
Councilmember Parra seconds. Councilmember Terosis made the motion
Councilmember
with
Zwick?
direction.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pretend Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes, that passes unanimously. Councilmember Terosis, if you can remove your cue
No problem.
request.
We are now on item 10C, introduction for first reading of an ordinance adding Santa Monica Municipal Code
I
section.
thought it was B.
How about 10B?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading from the wrong list. I'm
I don't need
sorry.
a staff report on this. either.
10B,
We don't need a staff report, do we? Oh, sorry.
well, can I read it to the record?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Don't even
Item
read it.
10B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 3.12.490 to establish speed limits for certain city streets pursuant to the California Vehicle Code.
Would anybody like to waive the report?
So moved, waive the staff
Second.
report.
And we have it moved by Terosis, seconded
We don't need a
by,
motion on this.
okay.
We like to make motions.
Yeah.
It's really useful.
You're training as well.
We just move along.
Okay. Any questions?
No, I think we heard
Of staff?
overwhelming support for this.
No, thank you. So just clarifying, does that mean I'm not presenting about the, oh, I know, you
We're
waited all
good.
this time.
You were so good.
It was amazing. Wait, Councilmember Zwick
had a
wants
question.
to speak.
Thank you for this. I'm excited to implement these changes and improve safety in the city. Sorry if you prepared that staff report for a long time. I would love to see it still. But I did have one question. There were a number of comments that were made generally about, and I know this touches not just on DOT, but also our police department, but on, you know, the matter of both the law, the speed limit, and also enforcement thereof. And I know from available data that I've seen, and I know it hasn't been as publicly available in recent months, but prior to that, it looks like traffic stops have gone dramatically down in the last few years, for all incidents, including speeding. Is that something that DOT is still actively collaborating with the SMPD on trying to also bring back up to pre-2020 levels?
Absolutely. So the partnership in
consulting regarding the engineering and traffic survey. It has been, ongoing, a lot of discussions. We meet periodically, so there's a partnering meeting where we share information and help each other achieve the goal of Vision Zero. And that's at least a monthly meeting. And then we also review, we take a look back to the past corridor and analyze the historical crashes for that corridor of the severe injury type. Ongoing throughout the week, we're collaborating with on multiple levels across the departments. I think it's a really strong partnership.
Thank you. And, because I don't have the access to the most recent data, I know that, pre-2020, there were around, I think, maybe 40 initiated traffic stops a day, and that number is down to around 8, at least last I checked. So I'm just curious if we could have some reporting in the future. This could be from the city manager or elsewhere about where we're at with that particular set of policing.
Sure, I'm more than happy to come back unless we have Captain Villegas here. If anything you want to add while you're here.
Evening, everyone. Sir, I don't have the specific numbers from 2020 to compare, but I can tell you that from at least from 23 to 24. So in 23, just to give you the speeding data, we had approximately 185 citations for the year. Year to date for 2024, we're just shy of 1,000.
Oh, wow.
So there has
That
been,
question.
yeah, there has been some increase in that area.
Thank you. Happy to hear that.
And I'll just mention, I know you're up, but I was so happy last week to see a Santa Monica police SUV turn left onto Savage City, immediately go after a car that was probably going 55 to 60 miles an hour, stopped him in 3 blocks. I was cheering as I went by. I was like, yes. So I think for most residents, unless you're in front of the police car with his lights on, you're probably pretty happy right now that we are enforcing traffic stops once again. It'll really help the safety in our city. Thank you.
That sounds like he was enforcing speeding, but you are enforcing people who don't stop at the stop signs too, right?
That number was just for speeding, and I focused on that number due to the topic today.
They'll
so,
get there.
Yeah, that's just the one.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's helpful, because we also have a people not stopping at stop signs problem.
Yes, it's, again, that's just the one number specific to the topic for tonight, but I could always come back and report on that.
Oh, super helpful.
Right.
And no, it's just Councilmember Davis. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to follow up, actually, because I do think that reporting on the enforcement's important. And at least from my conversations with people throughout various neighborhoods, they would love to see it if you could even do like a geo mapping of where the enforcement actions are, so they could see, for example, on, how many people are getting speeding tickets on San Vicente or versus, say, Ocean. Because I think, in all honesty, people always perceive, no offense, that you're not enforcing it on the street I want you to enforce on. And that's just because, unlike Mayor Brock, they're not driving all over the city looking for you enforcing people. So I think that would actually be helpful to people, so you could say to the people in the various neighborhoods, no, see, we are enforcing it here, you just might not be observing it. I think having some sort of geolocation data, or even if you could break it down by neighborhood, I think would actually be very helpful.
I can make sure moving forward, we try to capture that data. I know it's being captured, but as y'all are aware, the change on our new record management system has created some internal difficulties we're trying to work through. So moving forward, I will make sure we try to make that one of our priorities to make sure we can get that data. I guess it's there. It's just mining the data right now.
Right. And I understand that. I know it's there because actually we have gotten previous reports on it when it's come up in various neighborhoods. But I just think if we are going to get regular reports, having it presented in some sort of, graphic form where you can just see, dots. Look how much they're enforcing in this neighborhood and that. I think people would appreciate it because it would help their perception.
Understood, ma'am.
Great, thank you.
And I was just going to make a general comment. I don't think I was informed we can't do this in the state of California, but, or at least I don't think we can, but I was mentioning to our city manager that Albany, New York, just installed a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit throughout the entire city. And even though I know some of these new speed limits are lower, I was actually impressed that a city had decided to install a low speed limit throughout their entire city. So, thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
I think Councilmember Zwick.
you want to make a motion, Mr. Zwick? Oh, another question, sorry.
Apologies. About the speed limits, I did also forget to ask. I saw that it was a large number of reductions across a number of streets, and I think there was at least one where there was a proposed increase. And I mean, I know that speed surveys play a role in how we determine this, and 80 percentile and things like that. But my question is, are we obligated to increase the speed on that road based on our surveys, or is that a choice that we are making?
We do have the flexibility with an upgraded or the updated California Vehicle Code to retain a previously adopted speed limit. So for the California incline, that would be retaining it at 25 miles an hour. The reasoning for recommending an increase to 30 miles an hour is to maintain the integrity of the speed limits in the totality. There's a decision that goes into the contextual factors along each of the roadway segments. And on the incline, we don't have the proximity to a park or pedestrian generator. The pedestrian and bikeway is physically separated. The park is physically separated. That roadway segment connects a very high-speed facility, the PCH, up into our city. And balancing the need for reasonable and appropriate speeds with striving to achieve lower speed limits. This one, the recommendation is to go to 30 because it's more reasonable and appropriate for the facility that it is.
Got it. Though I'll note that we also want people to slow down on PCH. But
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if I can just add, since you mentioned the incline, council member, I've had at least, I guess I'm driving around the city, but I've had at least 3 incidences where people have gone over the double yellow line as they see the line in front of them and made the most dangerous decision I think you could make, which they go over the double yellow line and end up on the incoming traffic making a left turn in front of cars on PCH. And I don't know if there's extra signage we can put on or some sort of divider going up.
You should stand there.
I know you wanted to be mayor, but give me a couple of months. But seriously, I don't know if any of you have seen it, but it's been a huge issue. And I've seen it at least 3 times. One when a car was going probably 50 miles an hour, just cut into the other side of the double yellow lane and just kept going. And I keep waiting to see for the huge collision. And one time I think I started yelling at the car because I couldn't believe someone would do that. So maybe at some point that double yellow line, maybe we need to put our fabled little, whatever those are called down this, Bollards, yes, our favorite. But maybe that might be a good idea there. I don't know if we can do that or not, but that is really, I've seen it several times now.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Jesse?
I'll make a motion to adopt the item 10B. And where are we? Is that it?
10B.
Yes, 10B. Adopt a finding of categorical exemption pursuant to section 15301, and a finding of no possibility of significant impact pursuant to Environmental Quality Act, and introduce for first reading the ordinance amending the Santa Monica Municipal Code, section 312-490, to establish speed limits for certain city streets pursuant to the California Vehicle Code.
I'll second.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Brock. Sorry.
Now we're on 16.
See, I got, Lana mentioned it, and then I got demoted immediately.
Item 16A, recommendation to accept Ashley Olson's resignation from the Clean Beaches and Universal Tax Citizens Oversight Committee and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
Before we consider that, I have a motion that we adopt items 16A, 16B, 16C, 16E, 16H, and 16I together on consent. Happy to tell you which ones those are again if you'd like me to.
Yes, can you please?
Sure. 16A, 16B,
As in boy?
B as in boy, 16C, 16E, because I believe that we cannot do 16D on consent, so 16E, 16H, and 16I. And as we know, 16J has been postponed, so the only two that we would need to talk about would be D, F, and G.
Why don't you also E? Did you do E, 16E?
Can I
did.
do a friendly amendment then, I guess?
Sure,
Well,
yeah.
second, and then ask for a friendly amendment
Yeah,
on 16, I gotta make sure I get the number right here. 16, where is it? Where'd it go? 16E, that we amend that to include support for a heavy
yeah,
rail
that's great.
stop at UCLA as opposed to the monorail that the residents of Bel Air are trying to foist on us.
I believe that's what STCA 2,
That is not friendly to me.
okay.
Because when I've talked to UCLA Transportation, they've asked specifically to let it play out for a while with both alternatives.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that, can we say either a monorail or a heavy rail, depending on?
Yeah, they'll keep working on that, but probably the heavy rail has a better chance of making it to UCLA, but they're not asking us to make that decision when I
Got
talked
it,
to Ms.
okay.
Alperin and others there.
I also talked to the UCLA lobbyist, for lack of a better word, and it sounded like they were feeling like this was very much in play, and so I don't know how we issue strong support. Did they tell you they needed heavy rail? Because I didn't hear that.
No, it was just the gentleman here.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
but
just asking
I
for-
heard from some of the activists who are advocating for the site that their concern is that the monorail advocates are trying to sort of undercut the heavy rail option by changing the monorail. But, I mean, look, I'm fine to leave it alone, but, you know, I think we all need to recognize that the monorail is a strikingly inferior option through there. And there's a lot of very wealthy people supporting the monorail. So, and I just heard that there are some people at UCLA are concerned about the construction of heavy rail, and so they were sort of edging towards the monorail idea, which would just not work for the campus at all. But I'm fine, that's fine. I mean, if it gets to be an issue, we can bring it
We can
back.
always bring it back, but for right now, at least that's what, they met with me here on campus. They met with me here at City Hall, and I asked about the different options and costs of the different options. And they said for right now, let it stay in play. So I won't support a friendly amendment,
Okay, I mean, I want to give.
but I'd like to get this
I also think
done.
we need to pull out 16B. That needs to be voted on separately.
Oh, okay.
All right, hold on.
So A, C.
Sorry, okay, you want to vote on B separately, so.
Oh,
now
yeah,
we're-
because some people want to vote
Okay, that's,
separately
I
on it.
mean, that's fine. So now we're back to 16A, 16C, 16E, noting that we're providing flexibility, but we can always discuss that further at a later date. 16H and 16I.
Okay,
Second, anyone?
second.
Well, I think we already had the motion, it was just.
Well,
I
we just-
seconded it.
You
Yeah,
pulled
we're
out B.
submitting it.
Sorry, I amended my motion to pull out 16B.
That's fine. I mean, I was the original seconder, and that's fine. to
Okay,
pull it.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, great.
Okay,
I think we do a voice vote.
sure. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? It's a unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you.
Item 16B, request of Mayor, Vice Mayor Negrete and Councilmember Davis that the City Council support and endorse the Santa Monica Schools Repair Improvement Bond Measure QS.
I don't know that there's much to say. We heard the public comment about the concerns around what has been done in the past. I do know that there is a great need for a lot of facility improvements. I've toured many of the sites. And I do agree that since I've been going to high school, I graduated in 97, there has been temporary buildings. All the buildings are mismatched, at least at the high school, because of the time it takes to get things through and oftentimes cost increase. In my time on PTA council, I have, 28, 26, 16, 14. I've been around this for quite a bit. I have seen these bond measures and participated and been behind the scenes on audit committees before. I have not been on an audit committee, but I've definitely listened to and seen. So, listen, I'm open to the idea of having there be discussion and looking at what's being done, but I do feel confident that our schools need these upgrades. There are definitely schools that have some really awful situations that, if people took a tour, they wouldn't believe that it hasn't been fixed already. And so I'm supporting this measure not just because of my kids that go to that school. I don't even think that they might see some of the benefits, but they've seen some of it so far. And it's really late at night and I'm not articulating myself well, so I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember Davis if you have anything else to say.
Yeah, I just want to add a couple of things. And the first thing is that, actually I sat on the BB Projects Committee back for the bond BB. And, it is a rigorous, I can tell you from personal experience, a rigorous process to decide what the projects are. In this particular instance, it's my understanding, and I got a list from the bond committee as well as the superintendent of schools of the specific projects that they're contemplating and that they've publicly committed to do. I think it's obviously important for our students to have great learning environments. It's also quite honestly important for our teachers to have great learning environments. These are their workspaces. And anyone who's tried to work at almost any job in a 40, 50, 60-year-old building can tell you it's probably relatively unpleasant compared to working in a building that has much more modern amenities. And the fact of the matter is also that teaching methods have changed drastically. Most of our schools were constructed during what they called the industry time period, where basically schools acted as factories and students sat in rows with the teacher at the front. That's nowhere near the way in classroom environments work these days. It's much more interactive. The students work in groups, and having rooms and facilities that support that more modern way of teaching not only benefit our students in terms of their educational experience, it better prepares them from the kind of work that they'll be doing in higher education should they choose to do that. So I think that it's, to my understand, or at least in my opinion, a no-brainer to support both our teachers and students by supporting this bond.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one more thing. Some of this stuff is basic stuff like plumbing and wiring, but as my ninth grader entered into Samo High, I got to tour the new building a couple of times. I can say firsthand, just speaking to what you just said, that between the live 3D cadaver and some of the rooms that are interchangeable, the mock trial room, a lot of from the art rooms, the film rooms, the technology that's updated, it's college-ready level classes. A lot of kids are either more so considering SMC, and some are preparing themselves to go straight to work from high school, and I think that the technology in the classrooms are preparing them for that, and that's something we need to think about. I'm excited to see what's happening at our schools. I'm engaging in it every day with my two kids that are there, and I'm just speaking about Samo High, but there is basic plumbing, wiring, and technology issues at the other sites, and I'm just hopeful that we can support this and continue to have the schools that we have so our kids can be ready to go either directly from high school, maybe into the workforce, or consider other options Because like I said, some of the classes the kids are taking are college level classes, and a lot of it is based on the facilities and the technology that they have in the classroom.
Councilmember Terosis. Oh, okay. Councilmember Zwick?
Thank you, Councilmember Davis and Vice Mayor Negrete for bringing this. I think we heard from a few people in support of the measure saying that this is about the future of our city, and that's what bond measures are. We take money out in order to make investments in our future. I heard from some members of the community that said they sent their kids through our public schools and they love them, but please stop doing bond measures for the schools now. And I guess I would hope that they would want the next generation of parents who are sending their kids to schools to have as great an experience in sending them there. And part of that requires constant investment in our infrastructure and making sure that our kids and teachers are learning in a safe, world-class environment. So I'm very excited to support this.
And I'll make one quick comment. I've sometimes been a critic of past bond measures and felt that the cost controls and some of the projects were more vanity projects than serious projects for our schools. But I looked at this bond measure, and one thing really struck me. As a product of Lincoln Junior High, we had a great PE swimming program each semester. And you really got taught the strokes, and I was competing with my dad out in rough water swims while I was in junior high. And we have outstanding swimmers in Santa Monica. But while I was still on the Recreation and Parks Commission, I was undergoing an effort to try and make sure that every child in Santa Monica schools could swim. And the pools were geared toward our middle school kids. But the Recreation and Parks Commission one year funded swimming lessons for, I think, 50 or 100 kids at the Santa Monica College Municipal Pool through Swim with Heart. I continued when I first joined the council. One of the things that I wanted to do is ensure that all of our children had a chance to swim. Well, they can't learn how to swim if we don't have enough pool space for them. So this particular bond measure, I stopped when I saw that we would not repair it, but replace the Lincoln Middle School pool that was not functional, had leaks that couldn't be fixed in it for years. And it's, excuse me, ma'am, and it'll be an outdoor pool, a mini version of Samuel High's pool. So I am proud to support this bond. Thank you. And ma'am, you'll either have to be quiet or you'll be asked to leave the facility. Thank you. So,
I'd like to move that the council, oops, my mic's not on, I apologize. I'd like to move that the council support Measure QS, the Santa Monica High School bond.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded.
Roll call vote.
And a roll call vote is perfect for this.
Councilmember De La Torre,
I'm abstaining.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
No.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes. That passes 5-2, or 5-1 and 1. Sorry.
Can I explain my abstention, or do you get to explain no?
If you turn on your microphone, you can only explain no votes, not abstentions, sorry. Okay. Where are we now?
I have no idea. 16D, as in dog. Okay, designation of a board member to the Independent Cities Association for a term ending December 31st, 2024.
Councilmember Parra.
I'd like to nominate Lana Negrete, Vice Mayor Negrete, to take my place.
I'll
until
second
next year.
that.
Okay, so do we
Any other?
No other nominations? Okay.
We have
We do
all
a
those
voice
in
vote.
favor. It's a-
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item 16F, request of Councilmember De La Torre, Vice Mayor Negrete, and Mayor Brock that the city council direct the city attorney and city manager to draft language of proposed resolutions for consideration by the League of California Cities, Independent Cities Association, and West Side Cities Council of Governments, asking the state legislature and governor to change laws to provide for local control over the dissemination of syringes and other drug paraphernalia in local communities, and direct the city manager to assist each of the council's appointed representatives to Cal Cities, ICA, and WestCog in submitting the draft resolutions to each of the above-mentioned organizations for consideration of adoption. On 2 occasions, the city council has taken action to demand that the county cease the distribution of syringes and other drug paraphernalia in its parks and away from schools. As part of previous council actions, the city also demanded that the county relocate the distribution of syringes and other drug paraphernalia to an indoors location. Attached is a resolution adopted by the City Council on April 9, 2024, and a letter adopted by the City Council that was transmitted to the county.
Can I introduce? Are we starting?
Sure, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Negrete.
I just wanted to reiterate the second part, that on 2 occasions, we have taken action to demand that the county cease the distribution, which was maybe not the impetus, but it created more dialogue and more in-person meetings with the county. And I want to be clear, City Attorney, City Manager, I believe that occurred in April or February. In the February meeting, one of the February meetings, that was a 16 item, and council gave staff direction to engage to ask that that program be stopped. So I just want to make that clear that we did that in February.
We've been engaging with them since November of '22 and or actually going back to September '22 when council adopted letters. So we've been in nonstop communication with them for a year and a half, almost, no, 2 years now.
Yeah, so I know in 2021, I had initially brought it forward. There was engagement for months, and then there was a letter that at that time Mayor Himmelrich signed. I could not sign it because I was in the middle, I guess, of the election, and so she signed the letter. But there was engagement with the county from the city manager's office, which then, at which point we discovered that it was, and city attorney, this is where I'm going to look to you, it was illegal for us to stop the county from doing this program in the park?
Because of state law, we are preempted in having any local control over the program.
Can you say that one more time? Because of state law?
Because of state law preempts the city from having any control over the program.
So to be clear, even though we did tell, and we found that out by directing staff to tell the county to remove the needle harm reduction program, that piece of it, out of the parks, and we found out that state law prohibited us from doing that.
Yes, and there were some court cases along that time that confirmed that too,
And then
other than the consulting obligation that they have.
And then we dug in and looked into how the distribution program began and whether or not they followed the protocols of meeting with community, public safety, and council. And we found that we didn't feel that those meetings occurred. Of course, the county started to put forward such meetings that weren't very accessible, but I know I attended 2 of them. There was also then more discussion that ensued between council members, city manager, and then most recently, Mayor Brock and myself attended a in-person day with Venice Family Clinic to see exactly how they were administering the program in the 3 parks, to get more details by being alongside with them. So in fact, we were not handing out the needles and syringes, quite the opposite. We were just observing how the program operates so that then we could have further discussions as to where we think a better place would be to operate this program, working in the confines of the legal state law and understanding that we cannot just say, although we tried, we would like local control of our parks, you need to not do this program in our parks. but rather, what can we do in the legal confines of moving this program outside of our public spaces and putting it somewhere else? And so that's where we are at with this item. We are sort of punching up, and I guess we're sort of looking to leap above the county and ask our state legislators if they could help us to have better local control of our public spaces as to where these types of programs should and shouldn't be in our own communities. And so that is why this item is here, 16F. And just again, here it is, on April 9th, we have the resolution that we adopted by the city council that was asked to move that program indoors, if you will, or outside of our parks. So I just wanted to point that out because there's some misconception about what's happening and what type of control we actually do have. And it's unfortunate that in the multiple conversations that we've had, there's not a lot we can discuss, I guess, publicly here. And I don't know if there's anything that you can share, Dave, but I can pass it on to Councilmember Delatorre and Brock if not.
Yeah, I think this item is important. I mean, we have, and as was already stated, by Councilwoman Negrete, we have been pleading with the county, to work with us to, eliminate syringes and meth pipes and so forth. And our city manager, our city attorney is letting us know that, the state law allows them to administer those programs the way they see fit. We hope, we do know that the law, also the state law entitles the city is entitled to notice of its operation, and also our law enforcement, our chief of police has, or his designee has the opportunity also to give input. And I don't know, that's one question that I did have is, have we had, has our chief of police weighed in any written form or, regarding the harm reduction program from the county?
Yes, the police department and the chief of police has weighed in.
Okay, because I'd like to see that information.
There's nothing in writing.
Nothing in writing, but it'd be good to understand sort of what the position is from our chief of police, so that we're clear on that. Because I know that's one of the few ways that we can influence the implementation of the county's program in our city, is by having public input or by having our chief of police to provide input as well. So that would be real important for us to understand that. But I think it's very clear, based on the information that our city attorney has said, that we need a change in the state law. And to that effect, I did have a conversation with State Senator Ben Allen, who said he would support, legislation that would give our city local control over these matters. And so I hope that we can attain his support and carry that legislation forward, so that we can have a better say. I mean, there is a debate, in our community about, or here on the dais, in terms of what's most effective, and in the community, many of us feel that the approach of distributing these items in a park sends the wrong message and attracts the wrong type of people to the parks. And parks should be for children to play, and for our community, especially our renters, where 70%, of our residents who rent in the city depend on parks and open space, for recreation. That is their backyard. So in any case, I think this will continue, to move our city forward, to have more local control and have a greater say in terms of how the county's harm reduction program is implemented. And so I support this item.
I was just wanted to
No, go ahead, follow up.
I just
and
wanted
then
to,
I'll
a couple
say a
items.
couple
One,
words.
we had multiple discussions with the impacts around the park. One of which was St. Monica's and the increase in needles found around their property. And we have addressed that issue. St. Monica's Monsignor wrote a letter to Barbara Furr and Dr. Tsai, and I believe they've been responsive in terms of apparently when they come to do their distributions, that they would be also looking to clean up around their property. We also have asked for more community engagement on their behalf. I think what's frustrating as city leaders is we're taking the brunt end of this as if like there's some bizarre miscommunication when those of us that brought it forward are being accused of somehow supporting it or having pet projects with the county. And I just want to address the danger around twisting people's words and miscommunicating things. We don't have any pet projects. I don't talk to anybody at the county. I don't know who else has pet projects, but I think the comment was made that it is really hard to tell a county to do something when at the same time we rely on the county for other services, and it gets, that was the comment that was made. But in no way, shape, or form are any of us have any pet projects with the county? I don't even know that that exists. So I just want to get that out the way. And then the other thing is, we we're here taking the brunt end of it and taking responsibility for a program that we have no control over. And that feels very frustrating for us and unfair because we are doing everything in our power, but we need people to understand that just screaming and shouting at a wall does nothing. So we are trying to take bricks down and move things around to try to get through that wall. And it may seem really simple on the outside on how you do that, but we can tell you up here there's more red tape than you could ever imagine. So we are trying our hardest to move this program, and we are trying our hardest to get more local control and have the county take responsibility for the program that's happening and making sure that in the meantime, we are taking care of the needles that have been left behind, including how it's extending outside of the park itself.
So I guess we're still supposed to be doing a quick introduction on this item. So my introduction is pretty simple. I want to back up everything that both Councilmember Delatorre and Vice Mayor Negretti said. We have been in active meetings with county officials and officials from Venice Family Clinic. I can say that. We are still in negotiations. I am very pleased that this item is on our agenda tonight, and Cal Cities will be having a discussion of harm reduction via Zoom on, I believe, September 11th for elected, September 16th, thank you, for elected officials. And I think the proper avenue at this point is to look to the state and get an alliance of cities, first in LA County and the state, to really discuss this issue, because we've heard from LA County in the past that they may expand this program in other places. So that it's pretty simple. It will be advocacy, and I know that on our council there are advocates for both sides of this issue. And we know we've already had robust discussions about the issue on both sides. And let's go to the people who are waiting in the queue. Councilmember Terosas first, then Councilmember Para.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it sounds like we're kind of discussing F, but we're also, bleeding into G a little bit here. I would just say that, I think it's really important that we maintain local control, but I have, from a policy standpoint, just some concerns about when you start telling public health agencies, when local jurisdictions start telling public health agencies or superseding public health agencies. I think that we saw what happened during COVID. I think it sets a dangerous precedent for us to kind of contravene what our public health agencies across the state tell us, and to take some sort of statewide action. I mean, I don't know what other jurisdictions are going to do, right? I think that could lead to a situation where every local jurisdiction is like, let's just ban needle exchange altogether. I don't think that's what we're saying, of course. I'm very in favor of moving the needle exchange, the safe syringe exchange, whatever, the appropriate term is here, to a place that works for everyone. I think we've heard loud and clear that the parks near our schools is not working in this community. And I guess I would just ask, like, where should we put it? Because I think you've heard me say, and we've quoted some of the research on this, harm reduction services are important. It's just a question of, can we land the plane on the where? And so I don't know that, like, I love making policy to create a precedent that could be potentially harmful in the future on other issues. But I am certainly in favor of finding a different location for the needle exchange.
Thank you. Councilmember Para.
Thank you. I just wanted to begin by thanking the mayor, vice mayor, and Councilmember De La Torre for bringing this item forward. As you know, we've spoken quite a few times about this item and in support of this item. I also want to thank our Parks and Recreation chair and the board, for really taking the time to, think about this, talk about this, and really bring awareness to our community about how this truly is affecting those who patronize our parks. It's one thing for us to talk about it up here and say, what we're feeling and what we're hearing, but it's really equally important for our Parks and Recreation leaders to also share their concerns. And so I really appreciated that input. And I want to say, on a personal note, I know I've spoken, because I do have a personal relationship with St. Monica's, not only the school, but also the parish. And so I have watched for the last 20 years, what the degradation basically of the grounds and the park and what have you. And so it started off with having to hire a security out front of the church, just for mass. And then it ended up having to hire full-time security every single day because of just a lot of activity that was unsafe happening, at the church. And then we had to not only hire security at the church, but now at the school as well, because it began to be unsafe at the school. And then from there, it got to the security has to do daily sweeps around the perimeter of the campus before the kids get to school to clean for all the syringes and all the other paraphernalia that's found around the bushes, because the entire campus has bushes all the way around, and numerous syringes and other paraphernalia are found throughout the campus. And so that's done every day, which is really saddening for me. And like I said before, that there has been at least one occasion where we arrived to school and there was paramedics and police and yellow tape because there was unfortunately an unhoused person who OD'd on our school campus. And that's what our kids were greeted with when they got to school that morning. And I don't think that that is okay at all. And then, on that note, again, this last Sunday, I was at church and it was the Feast of St. Monica. And so they closed out the streets. And as I'm enjoying the closed street in front of St. Monica's, which also is, the back of Reed Park, I'm looking around and I noticed that they had to stage a security guard directly in front of Reed Park facing the event. And I went up to him and spoke to him and I said, why are you here? So he's like, I'm just here for assurance. And I thought that was really sad because now not only can we not have an event at the church, but now there's just an added expense to have security around the entire perimeter of the church and school just to celebrate a feast day. So again, this is a situation that is affecting the entire community, and I think it's one that really deserves attention. So I appreciate, again, that this item has been brought forward, and I look forward to finding solutions as to other locations throughout the city that we can put it that won't affect our children and our parks. Thanks.
Councilmember Zwick.
So, having talked about this issue a lot, I'll try to be brief. And having heard a lot from the community, look, it's really clear that the parks are for everyone, and everyone should feel safe there. And a lot of people don't feel safe using their parks currently, and they don't want drug use in their parks. And I think all of that is a completely fair and legitimate issue in our community and worry among many of our residents. The thing is, though, is we have laws on the books against drug possession and open drug use. But of course, as people mentioned, we even have laws against smoking in parks. The question is, of course, that these are all unevenly enforced. They're often violated and not often enforced. But instead of dealing with that issue, which I think is legitimate, we constantly come back to the well of proposing more laws, as if that will change the fact that these illegal activities that are occurring now will somehow stop with additional laws or things that we ban. I think there's no question that we have a drug crisis, and it goes well beyond our borders. You've seen, fentanyl and meth incidents and overdoses increase across this country, across this county, in places with harm reduction programs, in places without harm reduction programs. The idea that this program that operates for 1 hour per week is the cause of the drug addiction crisis in our city, in our county, in our country is confusing to me at best. But in the end of the day, I think, as Councilmember Troas has said, when it comes to matters of public health, I think it's dangerous to let non-experts determine whether or not they should be implemented or not, because I think we all don't, as I mentioned in the beginning, we all don't want drug use in our parks. But we also want to to do what's safest for our community, what prevents the spread of communicable disease, what prevents the overdose deaths of people who are addicts, what prevents people from being connected, what hopefully enables people, from being connected to the services that they need. And I'm pretty sure if we were to say that every community should just take a popular vote on whether certain things that we need but are perhaps not popular should be done, you would quickly see there be no programs at all that would be trying to do this work or able to do this work throughout the county or the state or whatever body was voting. And the truth of the matter is that not all of us like to take our medicine, but when doctors tell us to, we more often than not agree. Not all of us like shots, but again, when it's medical advice, we've given that authority and that wisdom over to people. And I just think that we should be really careful when it comes to heeding to what I agree with is a completely legitimate concern, which is that we don't want drug use in our parks, and then translating that into scapegoating a program that's been endorsed at every level of government, on every level of public health throughout the county, the state, the federal government, and the world as one pillar in addressing this really terrible problem, and not single it out and scapegoat it as the cause of all of it. So that's all.
Okay. If everyone can keep it brief, it's 1:30 in the morning.
Mayor,
Thank you, Council.
Mayor, may I interject just for one moment? So I want to make sure the council's aware. So when you're debating this item, the one request we'd like to make is holding off on directing us to go to the League of California Cities, because we learned, one, their deadline to accept the resolution was August 17th. That deadline has obviously passed. Two, they actually did reach out to us. They are considering drafting language and legislation in the next year. So they would like to come meet with us and better understand our concerns. So I think it would be best for us to observe what legislation they prepare and then weigh in on that before we prepare a resolution for the league.
I would agree with that. I think that's fine, but it's up to the other members. But
Yeah.
Councilmember
Well, I
Delatorre.
just took my name out because you called me and then he started talking.
And then
I just wanted to respond quickly to some of the comments made. Well, first of all, there's other harm reduction programs. And we talked about that with the county, which include prevention and rehabilitation programs. And we are happy to support those and would actually like to see those in fruition, in action in the community. And those are things that we would love to highlight and support however we can. However, we just haven't seen those. They came with a lot of requests that burden the city for property and money and whatnot. So there is more than just handing out the smoke kits and the syringes. Second, I think there's data that's out there that just gets presented and we can just absorb that data, but the reality is we're seeing it happen in our community. So there's a lot of data that's been presented that's on a national level, but we have asked for data that speaks to Santa Monica specifically, and we were unable to get any clear answers as to what's the data. We didn't get any answers, as a matter of fact, as to they didn't have it. How is this issue of hepatitis A, which I'd like to also point out that you can get from digging through trash cans and, having open wounds and being outside. So this data that was presented is not specific to Santa Monica, and that's a concern. We can legislate over what's happening here in Santa Monica. And then, of course, just the other issue is just, we don't want to keep going back and forth on this, but it's like, you made the point that it's illegal, and yet we're handing out paraphernalia to do something that's illegal, which would potentially put a person who's living in the streets in the system and in that cycle. And so I don't think any of that is helping anybody. I've seen a lot of successful programs. I've worked with 2 organizations that offer people who go out into the community and meet people where they're at without drug paraphernalia and are able to get people into rehabilitative programs. So those are the things I know we want to support, and we can modify this item, and I'm ready to move it with just changing the language that we will still continue to work with the League of California Cities, because it sounds like we missed a deadline, so we don't want to take them out. So however we want to modify that language.
No, they'll be doing.
Missed the deadline, but they're also they're considering the draft legislation for next year's legislative session.
That
so
would help us.
We would want to work with them pursuant to this direction.
Okay. Did you have some?
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes, and so that won't stop us from bringing this item forward at the West Side City Council of Governments in our next meeting. And so we'll make sure that it'll be agendized for a vote so that we can get support from our regional partners on this item. And I just want to say, just in response, to Councilmember Zwick, I talked to someone who's been addicted to heroin, and the comment that this person made was, that if people can get up, to go and get a fix, to meet their drug dealer, for example, or to go steal something to get money, to give it to the drug dealer, then they can also get up and go to a clinic, or a facility, and get a clean needle if that's what they want. But it's just, it sends the wrong message, for government, to be passing out, syringes or meth pipes in public parks, in public space. It's just the wrong message, and it doesn't lead to a clean and safe Santa Monica, which is, our budget priorities. And so we have a conflict in terms of the approach. I think a lot of us agree that, harm reduction, the science shows, that it's beneficial. I think most of us aren't against it at a clinic, for example. But to meet them where they're at, in the park, I think is really problematic for many, many reasons. I was just at Reed Park today. Went to St. Monica's for an interview and came out and walked around, and there was, a lot of people just kind of waiting around, hanging out there. If you know that someone's going to come and drop something off there that you need, to do drugs, you're going to wait around. You're going to hang out. So that's just not something that we want for Reed Park. It was a lot of people there. I mean, I was kind of surprised. I thought it was a little more cleaner. It was just a lot of people and walking around, young people. I'm not talking about 50, 60-year-olds, but, 20-something-year-olds, 30-something-year-olds that obviously are caught in their addiction, caught up in their addiction. And it's sad to see that, but it's not right that you know, this group of people are imposing their way of life. I mean, it's, and maybe they, you know, they're not ready to quit, but it's not right that if, because you're not ready to quit, you're gonna, you know, impose your way of life on the mothers that are bringing their kids, you know, to play in the playground. It's like they're locked up, you know, so if you go to the playground, it's like almost like caged up. You're like, it's almost like we're here protected from all the people like right across the way. It's just a bad environment. And I would think that you know, we can do better than that, you know, and that's all we're asking for. We're asking the county to work with us, to protect our parks, to clean our parks up, you know, to put the harm reduction program in facilities where people have access to other services and, you know, might lead them to get clean, might lead them to get, you know, into a rehab or to get other health, you know, issues addressed. So anyway, that's, we can talk about this all day, but I think there's just a difference in approach. And I want to move the item so that we can move forward on this.
So I want to make one last comment on this as well, and I know we've way belabored the point again. I understand that. But, you know, when we're talking about people smoking and doing other things in all of our parks, activities that used to be taken care of because we had enough public safety officers and enough before that park rangers to patrol our city parks and remind people, no, you cannot smoke in this park, no matter what you're smoking. All those things have been canceled out because we don't have enough public safety personnel in the city. So to the council members who said, well, you know, geez, we should be enforcing those things. Yes, we should be enforcing a lot of things, but our police too often are going from emergency to emergency. Our public safety officers, which are the unarmed equivalents of civilians who can gently say to someone, hey, you can't smoke in Palisades Park, or no, it doesn't matter what you're smoking. You can't smoke it in Reed Park, sorry. Those people are now non-existent because we have been underfunding security in the city. And second of all, in our city, where I'm not opposed to people receiving help inside facilities where someone can also talk to them for 5 or 10 minutes about how it's time to lose that habit, how it's time to rehab, how it's time to rejoin society, how it's time to get their life back on track. And we're not able to do that when we just hand them something in a park. When Council Member, Vice Mayor Negretti and I walked with the harm reduction, quote-unquote harm reduction team in Reed Park that Friday that certain members of the community keep mentioning, nobody took syringes that day. 5 people asked for glass pipes. And I was happy that no one took syringes, but I was unhappy that these people were going to be smoking meth, doing other things in our city parks. And I don't care if it's on the street in front of 7-Eleven. I don't care if it's in front of the Fairmont Miramar Hotel. We're facilitating their habits when we should be doing our best to try and get them to save their own life. And that's the difference. Hep A, shots, test kits, all the other things, Narcan, everything else that we can give them, I am happy to say, do it in all of our parks. Help people live. I like that. I want people to live. But it gets tiring when a county health department doesn't necessarily seem like they're advocating for health. Seems like sometimes they're advocating for people to die on our streets, and that's unacceptable. Compassion means not neglecting people. So, are we ready for a vote on this?
Yeah.
Can we have a motion?
So moved.
And we have a second. Delatorre motioned, Negrete seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'd like to do a roll call vote.
A roll call.
A
vote,
roll
okay.
call vote has been requested.
Councilmember Zwick,
No.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis. No. Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Definitely, yes.
And I'd like the opportunity to explain my no vote since I didn't say anything during the discussion.
Sure.
I agree with everything that Council Members Terosis and Zwick said. I'm very concerned about turning health decisions over to politicians through local control. I'll just say, for example, that you're all talking about hepatitis A. That's not what's transmitted by dirty needles, it's hepatitis C. And that just shows that politicians shouldn't be making health decisions. I also believe that if we are successful in lobbying for local control, with very few exceptions, there are very few communities that will actually allow harm reduction programs within their borders. And as a result, it is the most studied public health initiative over the last 5 decades. And whether it applies, we have facilities in Santa Monica or not, the fact of the matter is that it has been shown to save lives, to reduce dependence on drugs. Just saying no doesn't work. Connecting with people and helping them out through these kinds of harm reduction programs is very useful. And then the final thing I'll say is, it's very nice to say get them out of the parks. I totally support getting them out of the parks. But unless and until you say where you're going to put them, you're basically saying we're not going to have any harm reduction programs. And in every discussion we've had about this, no one said where they want to put it. And that, no, you know what? First of all, I have the floor. I didn't interrupt any of you when you were speaking.
Go ahead.
So I would appreciate the same courtesy. They say move it into brick and mortar. That's not it. I just want to remind people in 2012, when there was a possibility of doing harm reduction in a brick and mortar facility, it was driven out of town. So while I fully support the idea of trying to make our parks more inviting to people, I think that we have to take the health effects of all people, including people who sadly are suffering in the throes of addiction, into effect. And I think politicians making health decisions, as we found during COVID, was a recipe for disaster.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yeah, I'd just like to add a moment here to explain my no vote as well. The reason why we allow the distribution of pipes and needles and not drugs is that pipes and needles are medical equipment that are not illegal. There's also rolling paper and pipes that are sold in corner stores and shops around the city that could be used for the smoking or otherwise of illegal drugs. There are medical needles that you can buy on Amazon.com for about 8 cents a needle. This is not the same thing as drugs. It has many medical purposes, and that's why we condone one and don't condone handing out illegal drugs. The second thing is that needles are incredibly cheap and easy to obtain. Drugs are actually much more expensive. People are hanging out in certain areas because they are active areas of drug dealing and where people can score drugs, not where they can score a needle that costs upwards of 8 cents. So I just think that, again, if you want to solve the problem, you interdict the drugs and the drug dealing and the drug using. You don't go after medical programs.
Okay. I guess we have another one to go, right?
Item 16G, request of Councilmember De La Torre that the city attorney and city manager eliminate the distribution by the county or any county-affiliated, non-county affiliated, third-party and/or independent private entity of all drug paraphernalia and equipment, including but not limited to any and all drugs, opioids, needles, syringes, glass pipes, straws, rolling paper, miniature spoons, etc., in our parks, other city-owned spaces, and anywhere closer than 1,000 feet away from any school, other educational facility, church, senior center, or senior living facility, YMCA, YWCA, or Boys and Girls Clubs. The only exception would be Narcan, which can help revive someone who was unresponsive. The terms of this item shall take effect immediately upon passage.
So, really quick, if I can have the city attorney explain to us why this item, if it was passed, you would have a hard time implementing it or bringing it into a code or an ordinance for the city of Santa Monica.
Right, because state law specifically says that the cities cannot prohibit these types of items. They can't prohibit the distribution of it or the use of them. So we have no authority to regulate it.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. So I just, like to call the question. And we just debated this item, you know, in the previous item. I just, think that we should also, we've been very strong on syringes, but meth pipes, we wanted to include that as well. So it closes that loophole there, to really send a message out that these pipes, also these glass pipes, same thing, you know, it's this wrong message for government to be handing it out, you know. I don't care how cheap they are, it's just the wrong message. We should enable the behavior in parks and public space. So I'd like to call the question. If anybody else wants to comment, go ahead.
We have to make a motion.
You have to make a motion, sir.
So I'd like to move the item.
I'll second. For kicks. Let's have a voice vote? No, roll call. Roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre? Yes. Councilmember Torosis?
No, I'm pretty sure we're told that this might be illegal.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
No.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes.
I'd like to explain my no vote. No? Well, I mean, I have that right?
Oh, can Councilmember Delatorre and Zwick, if you're not going to speak?
I actually did also want to speak, so I'll.
Keep yours. All right, Councilmember Davis.
Can I
Well,
just ask?
what is-
Can I just ask a question about what is, so if the city attorney's saying we can't do anything, what is the expectation of the city attorney and the city manager with this item? I just want to make sure I clearly understand what we're to do.
Explain it. This is for public consumption.
Right, but I just want to know, like, the city attorney said he can't draft anything, and I just want to know what the expectation is of the two of us.
Well, I think the most we could do is what was reflected in the last item. We can request the state to change the law. That's really all we can do.
But I think this asks you to shut down the program.
And we have no ability to do that.
You could send out the police
Okay,
around
so
the
hold on.
parks.
Councilmember Davis had the floor.
Well, okay. One is, the lawyer in me says it's incredibly inappropriate to vote for something we've just been told is absolutely illegal. Two, absolutely, the city attorney just informed us that this is in fact something that he cannot enforce because it's against the law to enforce it. That's the definition of illegal. Number two, the second thing I want to say is we keep talking about pipes. I do want to say that the harm reduction studies actually show the distribution of pipes as opposed to syringes actually reduces overdoses. A lot of the fentanyl overdoses that sadly lead to deaths throughout California, throughout the country, is because of the use of dirty syringes. One of the reasons that they started distributing pipes was because people are less likely to overdose using pipes. So actually the distribution of pipes can actually save lives. But I mean, I after being told by the city attorney that this is essentially a futile gesture, it seems to me strange that we would even consider it.
Councilmember Zwick.
I mean, it seems to me more than strange because I don't actually know. We've just, by voting, I guess, in majority for this item, we have put our city attorney and our city manager in a deeply uncomfortable position where we're essentially asking them to break the law or assuming that they won't just so that we can make a statement, even though we have directly ordered them to do something that is against the law. I find that deeply disturbing, and I do feel like we deserve to clarify what we mean by this, because if we're just trying to say, make a statement, then we should say that, because right now, as far as I can tell, is that we've directed them to eliminate the distribution by the county of any county-affiliated or non-county affiliated third-party or independent private entity of all drug paraphernalia and equipment, which I assume would also include some things that are legally sold in stores in Santa Monica, including but not limited to drugs, opioids, needles, syringes, glass pipes, straws, rolling paper, miniature spoons. Oh, okay.
Or within 1,000.
Within 1,000 feet of any school, other educational facility, church, senior center, senior living facility, YMCA, YWCA, Boys or Girls Club. I mean, are we asking for the police to canvass within 1,000 feet of all of our parks and all of those other institutions and arrest anyone who's selling any of those goods? Are we asking for our police to arrest county workers the next time they come into our city to do this program? I'm literally unclear what you've just asked our city manager and our city attorney to do, and it's very disturbing.
Thank you very much. Is that the last item on the agenda?
Yes.
It is. Proudly at 1:52 a.m., we have adjourned. Thank you.